Welcome everyone to this Monmouthshire County Council full council meeting on Thursday, the 18th of January, here at the Council Chamber in County Hall, Usk. It's a great pleasure to welcome viewers watching online, fellow councillors, officers and staff. I would like to remind councillors online that they must keep their cameras on at all times and to use the hand up facility in the chat if they would like to speak. I would also like to remind everyone to turn their mobile devices to silent. Move on to the agenda. Item 1, apologies for absence. Councillor John.
Afternoon, Chair. Apologies that Councillor Lane and Councillor Pavia are running a few minutes late, but they'll be with us shortly.
Thank you, Councillor John. Item 2, any declarations of interest? Councillor John.
I work part-time as a public affairs consultant, and one of my clients is the Railway Industry Association. So I say that with reference to item 10 on transport.
Thank you. Okay.
Sorry, Chair.
Sorry, Councillor Bromfield. Thank you.
Yeah, I'd like to declare a personal and prejudicial interest on item 6 of the agenda, so I'll leave the meeting for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bromfield.
Chair, I'd like to declare a prejudicial interest in item number 6. I'll leave, Councillor Bromfield for that item. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Buckler. Is she here?
Councillor McKenna has her hand raised.
Thank you. Councillor McKenna.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I'd like to declare a personal and prejudicial interest in item 6 as well, having a family member who has a holiday let in Monmouthshire. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McKenna.
Chair, may I ask a question?
Councillor Garrett, yes.
There seems to have been a lot of personal circumstances changes from the point where we discussed the same issue in council less than 12 months ago. Have things changed? Nobody declared a personal interest when we discussed this subject previously.
That's not correct, Chair.
Apologies in that case.
Okay, move on to the agenda. Item number 3, Chair's announcement are as read. I would also like to thank the many primary schools in the county that invited me to their foundation phase nativity plays over the Christmas. It was a delight to watch all the children, and a real credit to the teachers in the way that they interacted with each other when things went wrong. It was lovely to watch. Item 4. To confirm the minutes of the meeting held on the 7th of December 2023. Councillor Brown.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'd just like to make an amendment to page 4. It was on the item on PRU. I appreciate that the minutes now do links to YouTube's, but I think it's important that we just have a sentence to explain on the recorded vote why people voted against this report. So I would have thought a sentence along the lines of members who voted against the report did so on the basis that the item had not gone to a scrutiny committee. And I would request that as an amendment, because anybody reading the minutes basically will have no idea why people voted against it. And it was a vote because of the scrutiny committee. It wasn't a vote in relation to not supporting PRU. And I think it's important just to have that extra sentence to actually clarify that was the reason, and that was the reason for the recorded vote as well. Thank you.
We need a
Chair, I personally wonder if that is accurate, actually an accurate statement made by Councillor Brown. I would rather say something like, because the Conservative group decided they were going to vote in that way.
Councillor Taylor.
I was just going to say I concur with that. I mean, I appreciate we don't put all the rationale in, but I think that's one of the reasons certainly why members of the independent group did not support.
Councillor Powell.
Yes, we didn't, because it hadn't come to scrutiny. In the past, anything like that was scrutinised by a committee before it came to full council, and that's why we didn't vote. That is quite correct.
Chair?
Councillor Brocklesby.
I'm puzzled. There's always reasons why you vote for or against a motion. Why would it be any different for this particular motion?
Councillor Brown, I don't know whether people voted in the way they voted because of the reason you've expressed. That may not be the case. Notwithstanding that, you've asked Council to consider an amendment to the minutes. If there's a seconder to that request, then we'll put that amendment to a vote. But as you said in your remark, clearly we have the video record, which speaks accurately to the debate anyway. So, Chair, I'd suggest you seek a seconder. If that seconder exists, then you just put the issue to a vote, and it can either be accepted or not by Council.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder?
Chair, I second, because my final remark was that I was only rejecting it because it had not been fully scrutinised by scrutiny committee.
Okay. We'll just have a show of hands on that then. Oh, so, sorry, we'll just bring a voting function up now. 1 second. That motion has been lost.
Chair, could I ask that there's a scrutiny of the video, because it's just a sentence to explain it in very simple terms and clarify it.
Councillor Brown, the motion's lost. That's the end of it. We move on with the meeting now.
Thank you. Thanks. Moving on to item 5 on the agenda, age-friendly communities, and that's been introduced by Councillor Chandler.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'm pleased to introduce this report. And I want to introduce this report by saying, councillors, Monmouthshire is blessed. We are blessed with a wealth of experience and wisdom and dedication that's represented by our older residents, and whose contributions have played a pivotal role in shaping the history and character of our county. And our community owes a debt of gratitude to our elders. Through decades of hard work and commitment, they have built a beautiful, thriving and generous Monmouthshire that we can all be proud of. We should take a moment to recognise and celebrate their efforts. Monmouthshire has one of the oldest age profiles in Wales. More than 1 in 4 of our residents are actually aged over 65, and we expect that proportion to rise over the years to come. Another cause for our celebration is that the average life expectancy in Monmouthshire is the highest in Wales, more than 2 years higher than the Welsh average. In Monmouthshire, life expectancy is 80.5 years for males and 84.1 years for females. But healthy life expectancy, that is the number of years that we can expect to live in good or very good health, is nearly 11 years less than this for males and nearly 14 years less for females. This means that we have significant numbers of older people in our county who are living in less than good health. So our challenge is to help everyone, no matter how old they are, no matter how healthy they are, or even no matter how wealthy they are. That is why, and we want to help them to live as much as possible a full and fulfilling life. And that is why we're proposing that we work towards making Monmouthshire even more age-friendly, becoming an officially designated age-friendly county and be part of the World Health Organization's network of age-friendly communities around the world. Now, an age-friendly community is one that embraces inclusivity, accessibility, and support for all of its residents, regardless of age. And by working with partner organisations and the wider community in Monmouthshire to pursue this designation, we can ensure that our community becomes a place where our older adults can live comfortably, participate fully in civic life, and continue to contribute meaningfully. So to achieve this vision, we must consider key components of an age-friendly community, including accessible public spaces, affordable housing, transport, social and recreational opportunities, and health services tailored to the needs of our older residents. Collaboration with local organisations, businesses, and most importantly, direct input from our older community members will be instrumental in developing initiatives that address these components. So, to help drive this initiative forward, I propose that this council appoints a member champion for older people. And recognising the invaluable role of our town and community councils, I also encourage them to designate their own older persons champions. But most importantly, though, I propose that the council moves rapidly to undertake an engagement exercise with older members of our county to inform and shape the actions that should be taken both by the council, but also our partners and other stakeholders. The voice of our older residents should be at the centre of any efforts to create a more age-friendly county. So, in closing this introduction, let us seize this opportunity to create a community that is not only inclusive and vibrant, but also sustainable for future generations. We're not only investing in the well-being of older residents, but also in the overall sustainability and appeal of our county. This is an opportunity to make Monmouthshire more attractive to people of all ages, whether they be residents or visitors. So I appreciate and anticipate your support, and I look forward to the positive impact that we can achieve together. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Chandler. Move to the floor. So, Councillor Strong.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Chandler, for bringing the report to full council. Really welcome development, and I want to draw councillors. We had a bit of a history lesson last time, but I want to draw councillors to a report based on because we're living in Sevenside, on Caldicot. In 1965, university research was carried out by Kingston Polytechnic, and the research showed that only 3% of the population of Caldicot was over 65. We come now to the last census figures, when it's now 23% that are aged 65, and according to the sentence, those people that are residents of Caldicot also self-ID as disabled are around 20%. Caldicot is a relatively young town due to the movement in largely from Bristolians. I won't mention me, but we came in sort of 30 odd years ago, but there's much more of an input from the other side, from England, from other people wanting to live along Severn side. And so this is a really welcome report. We need to make our communities inclusive. We need to make the best of the resources that we've got. We are making steps to look at more housing to welcome younger residents that will actually support those communities. And I think this is a really welcome report, and I sort of thank Councillor Chandler and Cabinet for bringing this to our attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Strong. I see that we've got two councillors waving their hands in the. Could I ask you to put that on the actual chat facility on the online? So if you would like to speak, could you put the press the raise hand function in the chat facility? So I believe I've got Councillor Armand Watts and Councillor Howarth.
Chairman, may I just bring a point in clarity there? I've had my hand up now for the last 15 minutes, and you've just noticed it's been up there. Yes, we have the facility to raise the hand in the chat bar, but on the first two items on the agenda, there was no facility to raise your hand to speak on declarations of interest and to speak on the issue which Councillor Brown brought to the chamber. That is the reason why my hand is up in the window. I just want to make a point of clarity about that, because that is the reason why my hand is up, to try and get your attention. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Howarth. Was there something you wanted to speak on this point?
Yes, I'll raise my hand now. Councillor Watts probably before me, if he doesn't mind me speaking.
Not at all.
Chairman, I'm grateful of the Cabinet member bringing this before us today, an old people's champion, but I do have grave concerns. I think my concerns will be coming out in the next couple of months with the budget. I think we need to be very careful on raising expectations for the generations above us. The budget isn't good, and that is going to have a massive impact on the generations above us, also on the dom care and things like that. So I do have reservations, and I'd like to see the case of where this is going to go on an old people's champion, older person's champion in taking this forward. There's no business case for it. What is the direction this is going to go? Because what the Cabinet member gave us was not an inclusiveness on direction for the older persons within this county. The older persons are the one who are going to take the brunt of this budget, and I feel sorry for them, and I've felt sorry for them for many years within our county as a public servant. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Howarth. Councillor Watts, I see you haven't got your hand up in the window. Did you wish to speak?
No, I'm sure I did, but I either way I put it up somewhere, Chair, and so be it. If you want me to text you my hand, I can do that as well. I put it up in the chat. I put it up in the other options as well. So maybe there's a technical issue, or maybe I'm just plainly stupid when it comes to technology. But that's for a further debate. My point is, Chair, that I guess what we're not really doing is it sounds great, and it is a step forward, as was our move to become a dementia-friendly county council. And if I'm absolutely honest with you, I haven't seen any movement on that since we attempted to do that. I don't really get any feedback from my constituents where at least one person in the family has early onset dementia that we've made any progress on that, particularly when it comes to, you know, the first point of contact, which is reception, or some of the services. I don't think the training's there. So I do apologise for being marginally critical, but Monmouthshire, and particularly my ward, is not dissimilar to Jackie's demographic. You know, it's a former steel town. If you like, Bulwark is predominantly former steel workers. You there are many single people. A lot of those people fear dementia. And in fact, nationally, 57% of all 65s fear dementia above any other health condition. So, I would really be happy to work alongside whoever the older people's champion is, or a task force, because I've had 2 experiences that in my family. It's not easy, and I would recommend that we get to grips with it now, because we haven't really historically responded to it in the way that we need to. And I say that with an open heart, really, because whilst we've kind of gone into this crisis, which is facing us, a demographic crisis, undoubtedly, and we've made, great strides into replace their Sevenview nursing home down in Crick. It's just like for like. The numbers that we aim to replace are just pretty much, unless it's improved, the same numbers. So what else are we doing? Are we relying on the private sector? I think not. But all these things have massive cost implications. So we have to be focused on it, and we have to be resourceful in our approach to this crisis. So I'm talking specifically about the over 65s, and I'm talking specifically about dementia and the fear of dementia. We didn't get, and we haven't had for quite a while now, any update on the stats of people presenting themselves to the memory clinic. And if you remember, there was a significant lag in that, and I know myself and a number of other councillors showed concern, particularly after the election, where people hadn't come forward. You'd have their children effectively going in, changing them if they were doubly incontinent, locking the door, and then going in at lunchtime in their break, possibly if they were working, and the same for tea time, and then putting to bed at 6 o'clock. I mean, that's in my view, that's inhumane. So we need to address it, and we have to really focus on that. And I really hope that we will. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Watts. Councillor Fuchs.
Hi, thank you, Chair. I'm going to talk a bit about my dad, actually. Can everyone hear me with this mic? So I had experience, really sadly, many of you will know, in September last year, I lost my dad. And it was a really difficult time. And one of the most difficult things, and it actually helped being a county councillor here, was navigating the care that was available to him at the end of his life and helping him get through those last 6 months. And even though he doesn't live in this county, but it was very difficult. And so I want to say thank you to the Cabinet member for bringing forward this paper, because what I saw then was that I have the privilege of being a county councillor, so I knew how to contact the social care department at the county council. I knew what to do to try and get him the help he was entitled to. But not a lot of people will know that and know where to go. So I think an older person's champion is an extremely good idea, because it will help raise the profile of the issues older people are facing, but also it will help signpost people to exactly where they can go for help when they really need it. And I think our older people in Monmouthshire absolutely deserve this help and this attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fuchs. I see there's nobody else wishing to speak. Councillor Chandler, did you want to summarise at all, or we have to move to a vote on the recommendation?
I would just take the opportunity just to respond to the comments that are made, if I may, because I think they were important comments. So, first of all, recognise Councillor Howarth, fully understand your budget, your reservations around the budget issue. Obviously, it is something that is going to focus all of our attention over the coming months and beyond in this. I would say 2 things in response to that. One is that the actual move towards being a age-friendly county is not, it doesn't have its own resource implications. It's about actually changing attitudes, changing ways of working, changing the way we work, but also the way that other organisations and businesses and others interact with older people. So it doesn't have budget implications in itself. And in fact, in many ways, what it will do is, in theory at least, and we've seen some evidence elsewhere in practice, it could actually reduce some of the burden on the council, because what we're trying to do, without wanting to anticipate what older people themselves say when we go through an engagement exercise. But what we want to do is to make sure that older people feel able to fully participate in their communities, to go out, to go to social events, to go shopping, to feel they're able to do that because there are appropriate facilities there. There are places where they can sit and rest when they're shopping or going for a walk. There are places that welcome them, where they don't feel prejudice against them, they don't feel discriminated. The more that we can then encourage older people to be active in their communities, in their localities, then actually that could help to maintain their independence for longer, to stave off the time when they start to rely on care, whether it's from the council or from others. So I think there are some positive implications for us in terms of resources as looking at the long term, but in the short term, there are no sort of negative implications. I think Councillor Watts, I fully understand where you're coming from there. Obviously, dementia is a hugely important issue for us, and you're right to challenge us in terms of how well are we moving. And as you've mentioned, we are at the closing stages of being able to open the new Seven View care home, which I think will be a big step forward for us in terms of the quality of care and the opportunities and the integration, not just in terms of the residents, but how that becomes a hub for the community around it. So, but there's always more that we could do, and I think that's part of this role of a member champion, is to help us to look at that, explore how in all aspects of our work as a council, in all of the different teams and departments, but also then more importantly how we're engaging outside of us is how we can raise the game, I think, of others to make this forward. But I think you're absolutely right to do this, and I think I just would close on that saying, calling for creating an age friendly champion, a champion for older people. I'm suggesting that we make that appointment when we make all of our annual appointments at the AGM in May, that we don't, it's not something we rush into now, but that's be part of our annual appointments of bodies that we do that. So I hope this gets support from council. It's a small step. It's about actually being able to drive this forward and be able to change attitudes and change opportunities and hopefully foster and sustain independence for our older community as long as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Chandler. I'll ask Amy to bring up that vote facility in the chat function. That we accept the 3 recommendations of the paper. That's one, that the council commits to work with partner organisations and the wider community to make Monmouthshire an age-friendly county and join the World Health Organisation's global network of age-friendly communities. 2.2 of the recommendations is that the council agrees to create the role of a member champion for older people, encourages town and community councils to do the same. And the third recommendation is to engage with older members of our county to inform and shape the actions to be taken by the council, partners and other stakeholders. Thank you. That's been carried. Thank you very much. Moving on to item 6 on the agenda, the review of the decision to charge council tax premium on the second homes in the county from the 1st of April 2024. And that report's being brought to us by Councillor Callard. Sorry, as monitoring officer said, I'll allow time for any members not taking the part in this to leave now.
So Councillor McKenna, Councillor Bromfield, we're expecting you to leave and we'll call you back in when this item is concluded.
Thank you. Councillor Callard.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, councillors. You'll remember that last year this council voted to use its discretionary powers to introduce council tax premiums on second and empty homes. At the time, we resolved to review the introduction of the premium on second homes in order that we could assess the impact of this policy on the tourism sector in Monmouthshire. This was mainly due to the fact that Welsh Government was making changes to eligibility criteria for holiday lets to pay business rates rather than council tax. This change increased the rates of occupancy required in order for holiday lets to be eligible for business rates. Evidence suggests that there will be many instances where these lets will not meet the threshold required to pay business rates and would therefore be liable to pay council tax. We were therefore cognizant that if these letting businesses did not meet the new occupancy rates, they would not only stop paying council tax, they would also pay the premium, and this would represent a significant financial shock. Therefore, we are proposing that any property that moves from business rates to council tax as a result of not meeting the occupancy threshold be given a year's grace before paying the premium on top of their normal council tax. You will notice from the data in Appendix 1 that nearly 70% of all the houses currently registered as second homes are in council tax bands A to E. These are not mansions. These are potential family homes that we are in dire need of in Monmouthshire. I would also like to remind councillors that the purpose of this policy is not to raise revenue, but to bring empty and underused homes into use to support our communities. Any revenue that is raised will be ring-fenced and used to address the shortage in affordable housing and temporary homeless accommodation. I'm pleased to hear that some properties that have lain empty for some time are already being prepared to go on the market as a result of this policy. We will continue to engage with property owners who will be affected by the premium, and I would encourage any affected property owner to contact our housing options team who can provide help and advice in bringing properties back into use. Councillors, I hope you can support this policy today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Callard. Councillor Neil.
Thank you, Chair. And for last year's meeting on the 9th of March, the minutes record that the Council agreed to the Section 13 substantive points that were received as feedback from Performance and Overview, which I chair. It's important that in this review of last year's decision to charge a council tax premium on second homes, that we're clear about those substantive points. Prime amongst these were, as of last year, and I repeat now, firstly, the situation where a second home is not under the control of an individual who may otherwise be charged this council tax premium. I gave as a main example where a property is part of a deceased's estate which awaits probate. Until HMRC complete their deliberations on probate, the property cannot be sold or put to any other use. And probate is currently running much more than 6 months for even well-organised estates. And 1 to 2 years is very common, if not longer. This should be a specified exception. The stress for families at that point in time is great enough very often, and they certainly wouldn't want the uncertainty of paying a premium for something they cannot control. And the second example that I gave a year ago was where a property is purchased as a second home by an individual or individuals who set about upgrading it. This is a very common experience. People purchasing properties that are either dilapidated or simply in need of significant improvement to make them substantially habitable. The planning process can take a long time, followed by building works. And 2 to 3 years would not be an uncommon experience from beginning to end of the ownership of that property until it becomes habitable. Surely we would not want to discourage the purchase of dilapidated or poor quality older properties that people would be prepared to purchase and turn into habitable, good quality homes. So again, I propose that this should be a specified exception to ensure that there is no uncertainty around this area. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Neil. Councillor Lucas.
Thank you, Chair. I have a question, I suppose. If someone's house or property has put planning permission on it for holiday let, and it doesn't meet the criteria, and yet the condition on the planning permission was that it is a holiday let, how are you then going to deal with that planning issue and that condition, and would you revert back to housing acceptable for everybody's use? Because often if you look at your planning, things that come through, it says a condition for holiday let. So if it doesn't meet the criteria of the amount of days, what happens then in respect to the planning condition, please?
Thank you, Councillor Lucas. Councillor Riley?
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to ask a point of clarity, because it's my understanding that, contrary to what Councillor Neil said, is that property can be sold prior to completion of probate. Yes, it can. I think there's a technicality, but a property can be sold before it doesn't go through that length of time. It can be marketed, but the point is not 2 or 3 years.
Thank you, Councillor Riley. Councillor Chandler.
Yeah, thanks. I just wanted to follow up on Councillor Neil's remarks and just to get some clarification. My recollection was those conditions that came out of the committee at that time, which I was a member of at the time, was in relation to the proposal on empty homes, not on the proposal in relation to second homes. I think Councillor Neil may be confusing the two issues because they were both debated at the same time. But I think the empty homes one is the one that relates to homes in probate or homes that are being redeveloped. Second homes are homes that are being used as second homes, either as a second home for a family or as a holiday let. So I think Councillor Neil may be a little bit confused.
Thank you, Councillor Chandler. Councillor Garrett.
I think we should just clarify what Councillor Riley said. I mean, it can be marketed before grant of probate, can't be sold until probate's granted, but HMRC's deliberations shouldn't have any effect on it being sold, as far as I understand it.
Thank you, Councillor Garrett. Councillor Thomas.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Diolch Cadeirydd. I just want to speak in favour of this motion. I'm sure all of us as elected members have terrible cases coming to us of people not being satisfactorily housed. We live, yes, for people who own property or are in a position to buy property, Monmouthshire is a great place to live. But for people on a lower income and people who are in difficulties, then they are in serious trouble. And anything that we can do to prevent people having to go into, for example, when they become homeless, having to put a family down in Mega or in a hotel with a family, it must be absolute hell. And I think we've pussyfooted around on this sort of issue over a number of years and saying, yes, oh yes, we sympathise with people who don't have the ability to buy a house, but there's not a great deal we can do about it. And I think this is a step. It's not a huge step, but it is a step in the right direction. And also, at the end of the day, I am not going to wring my hands over people who could afford to have a second home. Most people in most authorities are struggling to afford one house. Having a second home is a big luxury. And if they have that, then they will have to pay an enhanced council tax, as they do in areas like Ceredigion and Gwynedd, who have much more of a problem with summer homes, second homes. So really, I very much commend this. Diolch yn fawr. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Thomas. Councillor Birch.
Thank you, Chair. This proposal, I think, sets out the right balance between encouraging people with empty homes, which is actually not the subject of this proposal, but is mentioned, into bringing those back into use, encouraging people who have second homes to perhaps think about either, if those aren't proper tourist properties, perhaps letting them out locally. With regard to the questions that have been raised, I would suggest that members consult the very clear guidance as to the exemptions, which is actually set out on the council's website. It is also possible, while a property is in probate, to let it, including through the council's own letting scheme.
Thank you, Councillor Birch. Councillor Brown.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to clarify my understanding of this, and perhaps Councillor Callard can explain to me if I've got the wrong end of the stick. My understanding is that effectively what this is a period of grace for holiday lets, so that they don't actually immediately come under the category of second homes, and it's like a temporary transitional type of extra relief. But what I would assume that it applies to properties that don't meet the days of occupancy that you need to be a commercial property. So it's probably those holiday lets that aren't let as often, but also they do contribute to the tourism industry, which is quite important if you look at the Monmouthshire and the local development plans and so forth. And I'm just wondering whether, you know, the exemption period is going to have any effect at all, because all it will do, if my understanding is right, is it'll just delay the fact that they will then go on to extra premiums for people who aren't necessarily getting as much income as they would like from a holiday let, and therefore they could end up paying 300%. So what will end up happening is these properties will probably then be marketed for sale, but then they will also be taken out of the equation for extra tourism accommodation for the council, where the council and the economy makes money out of it. So I'm not sure whether it's doing an allowance in a sense for the impact on the tourism industry, but at the same time it's only a temporary one, and obviously somebody long-term who isn't getting those extra days, although they do actually contribute to the holiday lettings and the holiday lettings that are available. And I understand that some of these holiday lettings have been used to actually help with homeless accommodation. You know, has the full implication of the impact on the tourism economy being taken into account? It's just really a question for, have I understood it correctly? And, you know, have we looked at the long-term position? I'm not arguing against it. I think it's, you know, obviously good to give a grace period, but I'm just trying to understand what the long-term implications will be for the availability of holiday lets for people who want to come into Monmouthshire and help contribute to our economy. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Councillor Taylor?
Thank you, Chair. It was kind of on that point, really, because I noticed that the Future Generations assessment notes that some second homes promote tourism, bringing visitors, jobs and investments to the county. However, when that was reviewed in January 2024, so obviously earlier than this month, it identifies that those negatives noted are still relevant and continue to be a concern. It identifies that it's still too early to determine the full impact to the local economy. So I just think it's important that in making our decision, whilst I don't think anybody's particularly arguing against it, but what has been identified is that it's still too early in the assessments to understand what the impact could be on that particular section of the Monmouthshire kind of tourism stroke economy, because noting that also, whilst it is important that we don't have homes that could be used for other purposes, it is also important that we support our, you know, our economy, because that is also important in providing jobs and investment to the county. I think it's just important that we consider that in our decision making, and if we're content that that is a necessary unknown, I prefer not to go into making decisions when there are, you know, significant unknowns, but I think it's important to note. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Councillor Rook.
Thank you very much, Chair. Here in Chepstow alone, we have around 370 families looking for accommodation within the area. The number of premises that this will affect is relatively small when you consider the need within the county. If this is able to address in some way the need that our families need that housing, then I'm going to support this all the way. We need to do more to get our people into affordable accommodation, out of temporary accommodation that we're currently using. If this goes some way to address that, that's fine by me. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Rook. Councillor John.
Thank you, Chair. Just as an aside, first of all, I do find it quite odd that the first recommendation is asking us to revisit a decision that we made last year. It does seem quite a reckless thing to do for an administration to ask the same question again, given that this is one of your flagship policies that was narrowly approved last year. You're offering what reads like a second meaningful vote on the same policy, particularly when officers have been working on this for 12 months. But anyway, we understand that we'll be having split votes on the two recommendations. That's what we discussed in the pre-meeting. We will be opposing the first recommendation, but supporting the second, which offers some mitigation. I disagree with the point the Cabinet member saying that you've reflected over the past year and you've learned additional information through reviewing this and have decided to bring this amendment forward. These issues were raised at the time. Concerns were raised that there would be unintended consequences of this policy, and so it has come to pass. This is another kick in the teeth for the tourism industry in Monmouthshire. We've already seen decline in hospitality and town centre businesses. We're seeing more self-catering operators pack up because they're being penalised by the Welsh Government. They've introduced a new threshold of 182 nights to be let in order to stay on business rates. If you don't meet that threshold, then you retrospectively get moved over onto council tax. So you get a bill not just for council tax for the year you're in, you get a retrospective council tax bill for the previous year and the premium on top. So it means that so you've brought this amendment forward because there is a serious risk that many self-catering operators in Monmouthshire could be given retrospective bills for thousands of pounds. And, you know, these are not multinational companies. Many of these are sole traders. They're, you know, some of them are individuals on very limited incomes with limited means, and you are risking giving them significant bills. And, you know, this was a serious issue. What was particularly unfair was in late 2022, the Welsh Government had raised the threshold for self-catering operators. They had to be let for a certain number of nights, except of course, because of all the lockdowns and all the COVID restrictions, it was literally impossible for many of these self-catering operators to have been let for that number of nights, particularly as some wanted to do the right thing and be cautious, have a night vacant between clients, lots of time to do a deep clean. It's really unfair, and yet again, we're seeing small tourism operators being penalised. And it means that they're going to leave the market. It's going to be more expensive to come and have a holiday in Monmouthshire than it is just across the border in the Forest of Dean. Why would we want to do that? Why would we want to discourage holidaymakers from coming to Monmouthshire, spending money in our shops, in our pubs, in our restaurants? It just seems a ridiculous thing to do. So I welcome the very modest mitigation that you're introducing, but if you're saying it's only going to be 12 months, by the time a small tourism operator has
been told by the VOA that in the previous year they didn't reach the Welsh Government's threshold, so we're going to be chucked off business rates onto council tax. They will already be in a new financial year, so they will already be applicable for council tax until they can evidence again that they've reached the 182 night threshold. So we still have concerns about this, and we would urge the administration to think again. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor John. Councillor Sandals.
Thank you. It's not actually related to this discussion. May I ask, as somebody who is hearing impaired and wears hearing aids, I presume that these wonderful microphones have been designed for people to be sat and to be at the correct distance so that we can all hear. I'm sorry, but some members, when they stand, unless they lean over to approach the microphone, I didn't hear much of what Councillor Taylor said, so I felt a little bit excluded from that. Can I just make a plea for people who wear hearing aids, please, to actually be close to the microphone? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sandals. I see that there is nobody else wanting to speak on this issue. I'm going to ask our officer, Peter Davis, to come in with the answer to the probate question.
Thank you, Chair. Just give me one moment. So just to be clear on the point of probate, so there is a 6-month exemption for probate after it is granted, and that exemption is full on the home. So that's the point of clarification in specific respect to that query. Just another specific point just raised. I know we've got, I think we've got Ruth on the call, who's probably going to be better placed to provide that further clarification. So Ruth, can you just provide clarification as to whether, if a property is caught by probate, as to whether it is charged? Thank you.
Yes, thank you. If we're advised of a property that has become empty because of a death, then an exemption is applied on that. So they don't have to pay council tax until then the actual probate is granted. Once probate is granted, there is a full 6-month exemption on that, and that kicks in from the time that probate is awarded. So it is could be longer than the 6-month period.
Yeah. Thank you very much for that, Ruth. Thank you. Councillor Collard, to sum up.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for all your questions. Thanks to Ruth and Peter just for coming back in on that question about probate. I think it's a point well made. I've got a couple of notes here, so I'm sorry if I don't pick up on all of the points that people mentioned. On Councillor Brown's point, this policy is designed to pick up those properties that are moving from business rates to council tax. It may be that after a year of not meeting the threshold, that you meet the threshold the next year and you move back onto business rates, and therefore, obviously, you wouldn't pay a premium because you'd go back to paying business rates rather than council tax. But yes, if you don't meet that threshold for a second year running, then you will pay the premium on top of it. That's the intention of the policy. Also, on the, I think there was a question about planning conditions. If as part of a planning condition you're not allowed to occupy your property for, as in the case with some holiday lets, for the whole year, then that property is also exempt from any council tax premiums. And on Councillor John's point regarding the first recommendation, if you check the minutes from the council meeting last year when this was brought forward, the minutes state that the council use its discretionary powers to introduce a council tax premium for second homes of 100% from the 1st of April 2024, and that will give further consideration to the impact on the local economy before utilising that power. So that is the purpose of this report coming through to council today. Aside from that, I was pleased to hear the general, I think, support for this policy in terms of supporting our agenda in tackling homelessness and increasing the housing supply within the county. And in response to Councillor John's point regarding the tourism sector, we very much value the tourism providers in this country, and we do support them. I think with the threshold for occupation, you know, we'd encourage all of our holiday let providers do the best to reach that threshold. And I think also we need to look on the other side of this coin, that if a holiday cottage is occupied for less than 6 months of the year, what difference to the local economy would it be if that cottage was occupied continuously by a family, the benefits that that would bring to our economy? So we can't consider one or the other. But thank you for the debate.
Thank you, Councillor Callard. Councillor John, you requested a single vote on these issues, so I'll go ahead with that.
Thank you, Chair.
Right. It's a very clear margin that the recommendation is carried, so I'm going to go with that original vote. Thank you. We'll now put on put up recommendation 2. So that again has been clearly carried. Thank you. Moving on to item 7, the Council Tax Reduction Scheme 2024 to 25, and again that report's been brought in by Councillor Callard. Councillor Callard, before we open the debate, can I invite Councillor Bromfield and McKenna back into the online? Councillor John, I don't know if you have any means of contacting them.
Richard, do you have a direct communication with Councillor McKenna? Could you try and activate it?
Thank you. Right, moving on to item 7, council reduction scheme, introduced by Councillor Callard. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. The council tax reduction scheme, or CTRS, was introduced in 2013 by the Welsh Government to create consistency between Welsh local authorities. The scheme is completely funded by Welsh Government. The scheme comes before Council today as it requires renewal on an annual basis. This allows the scheme to incorporate any benefit uplift to ensure that people do not get left behind by dropping out of eligibility of the scheme, and the amount received is increased in line with CPI. It also allows specific amendments or additional legislation to be laid as such as in this year any compensation from the Horizon Post Office scandal will not be considered when applying for the council tax reduction scheme. The scheme is one of a range of council tax discounts. However, it is the only one that is completely means tested. It can cover up to 100% of a household's council tax bill and is applied after other discounts the claimant may be eligible for. In Monmouthshire, 5,534 households are in receipt of council tax reduction through the CTRS, and the council is expected to spend £8.3 million on the scheme in 2024-2025. 50% of the claimants are pensioners, with the other 50% being people of working age. I'd like to take this opportunity to praise our revenues team at Monmouthshire County Council, who work very hard to proactively identify and contact people who may be eligible for the scheme, and I'd encourage any resident who thinks that they may be eligible to contact the team. There is an online application. All new claims can be made by telephone, by email, at a customer hub, via a home visit, or by post. The Shared Benefits Service administers housing benefit, discretionary housing payments, social care financial assessment, adoption and guardianship allowances, free school meal awards, and school uniform grants. We use the information we gather across all of these areas to ensure residents' entitlement to CTRS and other benefits are maximised. I hope the Council can support this report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Callard. Councillor Taylor, please.
Thank you, Chair. May I apologise to Councillor Sandals. It's certainly not my intention for her not to be able to hear me, or for anybody else who may be hearing impaired. Just on this particular point, you may recall during the debate last year, we specifically asked if county councillors could receive information which was suitable to communicate to their communities about the council tax reduction scheme, so that they were able to, where possible, share that information locally, in case one appreciates how hard the revenue team work to coordinate that information, but there may be people who are not in receipt of any of those current opportunities that Councillor Callard mentioned, but that who may be eligible for the council tax reduction scheme. Councillor Bryn brought that up last year, and I don't recall receiving any information suitable to send out proactively to communities, and that would be very helpful if we could do that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Councillor Watts.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ben, for your presentation there, for your explanation. First of all, I'd like to say thank you to all the staff, really, that work in the collection team. It's a very difficult job. I mean, I won't go into the specific details of it, but I mean, some of those cases they have to deal with are very difficult, harrowing, and sometimes, unfortunately, they're on the receiving end of abuse, really. So they sometimes have to put up with a lot. So I'm sure the council would join in with me to say thank you for the work that they do, particularly under these very difficult circumstances. I noted last year that, okay, and I always ask this question, as you know, have we improved on our council tax collection? And that's still the question, really. Is there any change in the council tax collection, and has there been a change in arrears? I note from Welsh Government statistics that pretty much across the board. There has been a significant increase in arrears since 21 into 23, although I can't see any figures specifically from Monmouthshire. Is that information available? And I'm sorry, I'm really not intending. Would you say that if there is arrears, where are they? And would you highlight, and I'm only suggesting, that's down to the increase in deprivation? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Watts. I see there is nobody else wishing to talk on this issue, so Councillor Callard, would you like to sum up?
Thank you, Chair. Just picking up on your point, Councillor Taylor, I can't recall last year if any information was sent out. We can certainly check, but it is all on the Council's website, so I encourage any councillors to use that resource and to share that resource, but also I'm sure we can send out some more information for councillors to share. On Councillor Watts's point regarding council tax collection rates, our council tax collection rates are very high. They're around 99%. And I think most of the arrears that we get from council tax are largely, in my experience, from, people falling in and out, sorry, wrong expression, from people who may or may not be eligible of council tax, just becoming aligned with that. I think generally in Monmouthshire we are very good in our council tax department. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Chandler. We'll now take a vote on those recommendations, the two recommendations in the report. Collectively. That's clearly been carried. Thank you. Right, thank you. Item 8 on the agenda is the asset management strategy and supporting policies. Councillor Garrick, I believe you're introducing that.
Diolch Cadeirydd. Colleagues, I have the pleasure of presenting to you our asset management strategy, and on this item I would very much like to personally thank the efforts put in by our officer Nick Keys on this, and also my Cabinet colleagues in their scrutiny on this strategy. Following on from our corporate and community plan, the asset management strategy provides direction to the way we will manage and use the council's land and property assets on behalf of our county. You will note that this is a strategy. There was some confusion at Scrutiny Committee where councillors expected an asset management plan for the year, which will give direct information on how we execute our strategy. That is not this document, and I would remind councillors of that. Through our strategy, we are providing direction for our portfolio and will drive our council to improve operational efficiency and financial performance, both under the assets portfolio and with impact on other portfolios due to the cross-cutting nature of this portfolio. In short, this is a document which will ensure that we are making best use of our assets, enabling them to provide good values to our communities and a positive contribution to service delivery and our county. The strategy sets out 5 clear and core objectives, each of which align to the delivery of our council's community incorporatory plan. Those are that our assets will be a fit-for-purpose and a collaborative estate, which provides assets necessary to deliver our services and are in the right location and co-located where possible. That we will be, as a council, a good role model for climate and nature practices and manage our assets well, lowering our carbon footprint and promoting more sustainable practices. We will have maximised and commercialised asset base and will aim to generate more revenue and higher value outcomes, both financial and non-financial, in line with our corporate and community plan from our assets. And that would include sales of surplus assets. We will strengthen the enablement of the role of our landlord services function and continue to support service objectives including job creation, tackling homelessness, constructing affordable homes and driving value for money. We will also optimise social value for community assets, and we aim to support our community assets equitably, transparently and consistently. Our strategy provides the behaviours that align with our objectives and will be used to execute as our asset management plan. Within our strategy, we state our commitment to have assets that are optimised in the right locations and adaptable. It evidences how we will continue to lower our carbon footprint and achieve practical examples of good climate and nature practices. Under this strategy, you will also see that we are presenting the revised community asset transfer policy, and this will enable our long leasehold or freeholder transfer of community assets in circumstances where not-for-profit groups can provide community services. You will also find our rental concessionary policy. This will afford community groups that occupy our property the ability to apply for a rental grant, i.e. given an effective reduction to the rent payable, if they're able to demonstrate a clear community and local benefit as a result of that concession. You will also find a disposal policy, and this will establish a consistent approach to the disposal of surplus land and property and clarifies how the Council will achieve our requirements for best consideration. The strategy has, of course, been received and endorsed by both the Governance and Audit Committee and by the Performance and Overview Committee, and we are as pleased as an administration to seek Council's approval today. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Garrett. Councillor Bond, please.
Thank you, Chair. I was part of that Performance and Overview Committee, and there were some amendments that I understood that were going to be completed. For example, removal of figure 15 as a contentious input, and I noticed that those amendments haven't been made. Please, can someone explain why not, and whether they will be before this becomes a public document? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bond. Councillor Butler.
Thank you, Councillor Garrick, and thank you, Nick Keys, for the hard work you and your team have done on this. You know that I've been very anxiously waiting for this for my own community group, Goitre Community Centre. So very pleased to see it. I've had a really good look at it. There's lots of good stuff in it. I am a little bit concerned, though, because when I got to the section on the community asset transfer, I had a good look at the form. I can't find section 6. That seems to have been left off, and I believe that's the section where you have to submit a business plan. So I think that needs to be a little bit of a look at. And my question to Nick would be, will there be some help in doing that business plan section for community groups? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Butler. Councillor Neil.
Thank you, Chair. And the asset management strategy, as it's laid out, aims to provide, and I quote, a clearer strategic direction for property assets. Strategy should be a plan to achieve the medium to long-term objectives and the goals of the Council, one that uses our resources or here our assets well. It's not the detailed execution or action plan, but it is the overall plan setting out how the Council will achieve those objectives. My immediate concern was that this is a 72-page strategy. My second concern is that it doesn't actually set out what is the administration's plan to achieve its objectives with our assets. So it's extremely wordy. It's almost 3 times as long as the entire community and corporate plan, version 3, that drives it. But in the litmus test of what any reasonable resident would learn of the Council's actual asset strategy, what its overall plan to meet the objectives of the community and corporate plan, it doesn't seem that they would learn very much at all. If indeed any reasonable resident would wade through 72 pages of this document. So who is it written for? For example, we have 62 commercial and industrial sites, 90 county farms, 38 operational assets. What does the council plan overall to do with these? Just hold on to them and until hell freezes over, which it's getting close to doing today, I think, or until we realize we may be able to do more productive things with these assets for economic, financial, and community benefit. There's nothing illuminating said about this in those 72 pages. Or what about community asset transfers? We have 49 community assets identified. This document invites applications from communities and includes the application document. It's not a strategy in doing that. It's a description of process. Finally, residents in any part of the county would presumably be most interested in their own area of the county. So why not group actual actions that are reviewed and plans that should be there by each of our county towns and the surrounding areas? If you live near Abergavenny, for example, you really don't want to read about everywhere else before you can wade through 72 pages and find out anything informative about your own area. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Neil. Councillor Sandals, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to add some more positivity to this strategy. It's pleasing because it confirms that Monmouthshire County Council supports 49 different community groups throughout its land and property estate. And some of those more familiar ones, for example, would be the Bridges Hall in Monmouth, the Drill Hall in Chepstow, Abergavenny Community Centre and the Melville Centre. We're pleased to say that this strategy will continue to enable us to support them in a way that's consistent and achieves the best social outcomes for our residents. This strategy strengthens our property relationship with existing community partners and occupiers, such as the various town and community councils that we work really closely with. One of the best recent achievements is the completion of our very own fantastic Meagher and Undie Community Hub, which is a testament to the benefits that can be achieved through collaboration and good use of council land and property in conjunction with our communities. I'd like to finish by reminding everyone that we are pleased that utilising community assets to optimise social value is one of the 5 core objectives of this strategy. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Sandals. Councillor Mabey.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to highlight the ways in which the asset strategy supports our commitment to environmental sustainability, which I'm also very pleased that we've managed to achieve. The strategy, as well as the mention in the core objectives, in one of the 5 core objectives, which highlights our commitment to climate and nature, the strategy also commits to continue to support the rollout of the REFIT programme and the use of renewable technologies and incorporating carbon sequestration as part of our decision-making process on assets. It does also evidence the good work ongoing with our county farms estate, contrary to Councillor Neil's comments, and it specifically references recent farm lettings where more sustainable farming practices have been achieved. When awarding tenders, value will be applied to those farmers that can demonstrate how they'll implement more sustainable farming and land management practices, including enhancing the resilience of the ecosystems and diversifying or selling produce locally to develop supply chains. For example, 3 lettings in 2023 have made good on these commitments, running mixed farms with a variety of enterprises on site and becoming active members of a local regenerative agriculture discussion group, contributing to discussions and attending events on the principles of sustainable grazing and soil management. Monmouthshire County Council's tenants at Lower House Farm, Caerwent, have applied successfully to join a 12-month regenerative agriculture mentoring scheme and have been paired with the world-renowned consultant Ben Taylor-Davis, otherwise known as Regen Ben. Together they'll seek ways to reduce artificial inputs increase soil health, water and air quality and animal welfare, and improve business performance. This scheme has improved connection with other Monmouthshire farmers in the scheme and with a cross-sector collaboration behind it, comprising Ben Taylor-Davis himself, Monmouthshire County Council, the Food Partnership, Action on Climate Emergency, Monmouth and Size of Wales. So I could go on with examples, but that's probably enough for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Maybe. Councillor Jones, Penny Jones.
Thank you, Chair. I'm afraid I'm going to introduce a negative aspect to this. Whilst I welcome the aims of the asset management strategy, I think, Nick, that you would be very surprised if I wasn't going to say what I'm going to say about Raglan. As councillor for Raglan Ward, we have waited over 10 years for the transfer of our mugger. At the moment, for the last 10 years, it has stood empty. That is doing nobody any good in any community. It is wanted, it is needed, and we would very much like to take it forward. We had a meeting last night as to whether just to give up on the whole thing. It is, quite frankly, an embarrassment. It is because of the many changes of staff, etc. But I truly wonder whether this is going to make any difference at all. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Jones. Councillor Howes.
Thank you, Chairman, and good afternoon, members. A couple of points I'd just like to raise there, and it will direct towards community asset transfer. We as a council have been very passionate and very considerate in community asset transfer, which is very important as well, on the basis of is putting a package together for our communities, every one of us. Councillor Taylor, you delivered a sterling job in Mega and Undy with your new hall, and that is a prime example of what can be done. But I do have reservations as well. So the Melville Theatre was brought into conversation here. Community asset transfer, that isn't happening. We are still funding and propping up some of our assets. And I think we have to make that decision on what we do with some of these assets. And hopefully this document will decide a direction of where we go, because we cannot hang on to promises which haven't been upheld. I'm concerned reference to Councillor Bond's comments about recommendations going forward there. I don't see nothing in the report there from the committee reference to resolutions being made. I think that's so important as well, the members' input to this document. So Councillor Bond, if you feel that the issues that you have highlighted today should be in that document and want them in that document, I believe this document should go away and come back after we've resolved what is missing from the document. I think, and I will propose that, I do have a seconder, that we withdraw the document and we make sure that what is in there should be in there. And don't forget, Councillor Bond, you are part of the leading group as well. I am the opposition. I have reservations as well. Penny, Councillor Jones is quite right about Raglan. I don't know what we're doing sometimes with our community asset transfers. If Raglan give up on the mugger, it means the people of Raglan will have lost out. The cost of that will be enormous as well. What we're going to do with it, we'll just let it decay more and more. I see a lot of that as well. Assets were a prime example of the crown jewels in our county when I first came a member, and councillors who are present today will know exactly where I'm going on that, on county farms. You don't make more land. It costs no money to go up, but to go out it does. So we have a decision to make. We've got a shortfall in the budget of millions. We need to prop up the capital programme as well with millions. So a decision on some of these assets will have to be taken. In brackets, the Melville, is it cheaper to get rid of the Melville or keep ploughing money into it? And don't forget, members, some of these assets we have are in trusts as well. We are the trustees, so we cannot actually dispose of some of these assets. So part of the document for me would be highlighting some of them issues as well. What we have of all the numbers that we've been given is what actually can we not dispose of within that range as well. There may be lots of covenants in there as well, which is not highlighted. It's not rocket science to do that within the document. Councillor Neil, you're quite right.
Could I make a point of personal clarification? My spatialism is particle physics and nuclear science, not rocket science.
Can I just stop the member from interacting while I finish? If she wants to comment there as the cabinet member, she's very welcome to do that after. But I do not like it being interacted, and I think she knows what the rules of engagement are, Chairman, and I do go through you, Chairman, as well. So I do believe, Councillor Neil, you're quite right. I think the document should have a little bit more depth in it for that amount of pages it's got in it. And I think the covenants, the assets that we have on what we have to retain and what we don't need to retain. County Farms is a massive portfolio, or was a massive portfolio. But actually County Farms kept this council going as well over a number of decades, which I didn't agree to. I did not agree to it, but it did, because it brought in revenue monies, which kept the capital programme going as well, which is so important as well. I'll finish there because I know Councillor Garrett will want to answer something there, which I have said, but it is not rocket science, and it is not going to space on doing what we're asking there. Councillor Bond, I would like to know what your feelings are on the omissions of what you believe are so important in that document. You didn't highlight that, but I would like to know on the numbers that you believe should be in that document, and the other aspects of what you feel is missing from it. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Howarth. Councillor Garrett, you will have a chance to sum up at the end there. Councillor Pavia.
Thank you, Chair. And can I thank the Cabinet Member and officers for presenting this strategic plan. As a member of the Performance and Overview Scrutiny Committee, I did ask a question in the committee meeting about the strategic link across the corporate body regarding this policy and other corporate aims, and I give an example at the meeting about rebalancing social care and the appetite to potentially repurpose more of our assets to deliver further in-house care provision if that was what was required. And I think I got the reassurance from the Cabinet Member that strategic linkage was built in. What I didn't ask, and I will ask now, and I'm thinking as an example of potentially the elimination of profit from children's services. If a local provider of children's children's social care services, where we currently commission care, did decide to exit the market potentially in the next 5 to 7 years and sell that asset, and we felt that the asset was of strategic importance and potentially we could take that provision in-house, would we financially be in a position to purchase that asset? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Pavia. Councillor Chandler.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And actually, I was going to come in support of the strategy in relation to some of Councillor Pavia's issues. I mean, I think this is, this strategy, is an enabling strategy. It's not a detailed plan for individual assets, which we would have to address on a case-by-case basis. This is a broader, longer-term strategy for how we're going to manage the estate and make decisions about the estate. So, as I said, it's not about a detailed case, but it is about actually reflecting our commitment to ensure that our assets are fit for purpose. We have a collaborative estate that supports access to our services. And as Councillor Pavia said, we are already looking at assets, how we're using those assets to support our social care goals in terms of care for both adults and for children. And certainly, as in that hypothetical example that he gives in terms of how would we respond if a provider decided to exit the market, would we purchase that? Again, I couldn't anticipate that because we'd have to make that on a case-by-case decision according to the needs at the particular moment in time. But I think it is looking at how do we use the assets we've got, how do we build our assets, how do we utilise them for the benefits of our community. And of course, it is also about building new assets, as we already mentioned earlier in this meeting about the Seven View Park care home development in Cowley-Scott, Portskewett area, which is nearing completion. I mean, this is part of our portfolio, which is delivering great benefits to our residents. And I think we continue to use that strategy to look at how do we repurpose our underutilised or vacant assets for the benefit of residents where opportunities present themselves, as well as collaborating. And I certainly think in terms of looking at how do we support our community groups through rental concessions, through the community asset transfer where appropriate, I think is really important to have that clarity, because we've lacked clarity over the years in these areas, and what we're trying to do now is provide clarity that was missing before in terms of able to drive these forward. So hopefully that will be able to resolve issues such as Raglan and many others that are coming forward. I just want to finish, I suppose, I'm quite surprised that Councillor Howarth is proposing or suggesting that we close down the Melville Centre for the Arts. I think a lot of people in Abergavenny might have something to say about that. It's not something that we're pouring good money after bad on. It is we do have a lease with the Community Arts Association in that they are moving towards community asset transfer. They are having a heritage survey done of what works need to be done to help inform what that would be. And I think it's a valuable asset for the community in Abergavenny and wider area to be able to have that. I think we should be very proud of that asset rather than talking about closing it down. So I just wanted to finish with that. But thank you, Councillor Garrick, for bringing this forward, because I think this is an important addition to our ability to drive forward our corporate plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Chandler. Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Chair. A couple of points, really. Again, thank you for the strategy. I mean, a few people have mentioned Mega with Dundee Community Hub, actually, so I think I wasn't going to, but I will take the opportunity to say that unusually, I think, and this is from Kia themselves, the piece of work there is a really great example of where this council and officers have worked so closely with community members and the trustees of Mega with Dundee Community Hub. And essentially, Kia commented to me that whilst they've worked on many community schemes, they had never worked on a scheme where there was such a close working relationship between the community members who are going to be taking over the running of the asset and the council. Previously, they'd seen effectively, I suppose, perhaps slightly more tokenistic engagement, but the degree, I think, and the nature and the level and the ongoing nature of it made it quite different for them, and they learned a lot from it in the process. So, from that point of view, I'd absolutely want to express thanks to the officers and those members that were involved, and of course, there were several different members from several administrations involved in that process, and I think thanks is due to them, and it's a good example of what can be achieved, as Councillor Sandals has mentioned. But on the strategy itself, a couple of key points, thank you. I note that helpfully, there is this rental concessionary policy, and I appreciate that there will be examples of where buildings have been occupied by community groups for a very long period of time, and perhaps the circumstances will be different across the county. So I welcome the opportunity to achieve some parity in that process. I note that there is a significant financial commitment required from the council in achieving that, but recognising that the council is achieving social value through that piece of work. I wanted to ask if there were any financial implications in respect of the renewal, the renewed policy or the change, and I think it would be helpful to understand that. The other item that I wanted to mention is the disposal of an asset policy. Over several years, I've had occasion to become involved when perhaps the council was looking to dispose of an asset. And I have to say, I very much disagree that the time at which a local ward member should be notified is at the point just before an asset is marketed. I think that local members, and this is one amendment I would be seeking in this policy, local members should be contacted and advised much earlier in the disposal process. So really, at the point at where an asset is noted for disposal, as opposed to before marketing. So I would be suggesting an amendment to the policy there, if possible. And the reason for that is because I've come across several examples where there are very unintended consequences to what looks like something relatively straightforward. I'll just give you a very brief example. There is there is a particular example of where we've disposed of an asset, but we've accidentally disposed of a part of the highway. Now, that's not very helpful, and I think that if members had been involved at a much earlier stage, then perhaps that could have been avoided. Equally, the other point is I think it's really important that we have so, for example, I appreciate that when something's for disposal, it goes over to estates from whomsoever is the guardian of that in the council. But sometimes it's important for other departments perhaps to be involved in the longer process. That's just a really important practical point because it can lead to significant consequences for the council. And furthermore, I think to understand and appreciate if we are considering disposing of assets, whilst it may look, with all the greatest of respect, to officers as a very small matter or a very one that's unlikely to be contentious or of matter. And I talk there about perhaps the disposal of a small piece of verge or a small piece of open space. Actually, it can be quite significant in a local community. So that is one reason why member input and local knowledge, I noticed it mentions intelligence, is really important. And I would welcome it if the Cabinet member and officers could give consideration to making those, noting those amendments. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Councillor Peter Strong.
Thank you, Chair. If I can, I'd like to try to offer some clarification to the point raised by Councillor Howarth in response to Councillor Bond. At Performance and Overview this last Monday, Councillor Bond quite rightly pointed out that there was a problem with one illustration. Now, the illustration wasn't there for any particular purpose other than, I suppose, what you might call decorative, to break up the solid rows of text. But anybody looking at the report could reasonably infer that from the illustration that a decision had been made on a matter of some significance where certainly a decision hasn't yet been made. I think that point was accepted at Performance and Overview, but the problem was it couldn't be changed for today's meeting because by that time the report had already gone out. So I think all we need on that is an acceptance from the officer that at that point was accepted and will be acted upon before the report goes to the public. We don't need a formal amendment on that, but that's in the hands of I suppose, Councillor Howarth, who I think actually proposed an amendment, but I'm not too sure where we are on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Strong. Councillor Griffiths.
Thank you, Chair. Just like to make a few comments in my role as the Cabinet member with the responsibility for the local economy. This is a strategy document. It's not intended to be a detailed plan. It doesn't make specific decisions. That's not its purpose. What it does do, and I think it very clearly does, is set out what the objectives of the Council will be in managing, maintaining its asset base. Summarising, as I recall, those objectives will be to ensure that we have the ability to provide public services, that we will support the local economy, that we will support community action, that we will support, maintain the quality of our environment. What the strategy then allows us to do is to appraise each individual decision against those objectives as set out. So it will be a very deliberate, rational and transparent process. Those decisions will on occasions be a decision to dispose of an asset, to acquire an asset, or to improve, change, maintain the management of an asset. I think that relates to the important question that Councillor Pavia asked, and that actually led me to contribute to this debate. Councillor Pavia asked, how will the strategy relate to the possibility of a private sector care facility becoming available to the council? My suggestion is that this strategy would allow us to rationally consider that acquisition in the light of its potential to support our public services. So it allows very deliberately for that sort of acquisition to take place. And that relates to where it puts us with the assets that I have a particular concern with, our variety of economic assets. We want to manage them well in order to support our local economy. So the changes, for instance, we're currently making to the Castlegate estate, actually breaking up the units in that estate into smaller units, judging that they better fit the market demand, is us improving our management of that facility to support the local economy. And that's what we will continue to do. Having done it well, there will be many occasions when we said we got a perfectly functioning economic asset, now is the time to dispose of it. So it doesn't mean gathering assets evermore. It means using them to achieve the objectives which are spelled out in the strategy. It relates to the fact that for economic purposes, there will be occasions when we identify market failure, that there is an asset within our economy which the market is not maximising its use of, and that there is a role for a local authority to come in to acquire the asset, repurpose it, make better use of it, put it back on the market. Those occasions will arise. The changes in Treasury policy in 2020 quite rightly prevent a local authority from acquiring assets for speculative purposes. It's a bit like closing the stable door too late, but the stable door is closed. But that does not mean, and should not mean, that we will not acquire assets for the objectives set out in this document. So it's an important document. I'm pleased it's before it. I hope the Council supports it.
Thank you, Councillor Griffiths. I see there's nobody else wishing to speak, so pass back to Councillor Garrick.
I do feel somewhat that Councillor Strong and Councillor Griffiths may have summed up for me, but thank you very much. Councillor Bond, those minor changes were indeed agreed and they will be included. And as Councillor Strong said, due to the close timing of scrutiny committee and today, that hasn't been achieved for this meeting, but they are minor changes and will be put out. Councillor Buckler, you are also correct. There has been a minor numbering issue on the appended form, and that will be corrected for publication. As stated by very, very well by Councillor Griffiths, I would reiterate for particularly Councillor Neil and Howarth's benefits, this is the strategy. And whilst I understand that everybody is itching to receive the asset management plan, that is not this document. The strategy provides the directions, not the operational details or the details of the plan, and that will arrive after this strategy. And I'm sure that if it had come with this strategy prior to the agreement of the strategy, Council would recognise that that is not appropriate. I'd also like to say that I wasn't personally aware, Councillor Jones, of your frustration over the mugger in your wards. I would like I would not like this administration to sit on it. I think 8 years under previous administrations is far too long, and I'm so sorry. 10 years, I'm so sorry. So in terms of this strategy, let's talk about it. Each of the pillars and objectives of the strategy have, as you can see in the document, set outcomes and behaviours which we will achieve. That sets the strategic intent and the goals which we are developing the plan against. But we do have some examples of how the actions of this administration do fit in with that plan, which I have now usefully deleted my aid memoir from. Bear with me 2 seconds, I'm so sorry everybody. So, under the objective for a fit for purpose and collaborative state, we have delivered co-location of services in the Abergavenny Wellbeing Centre, the repurposing of vacant agricultural cottages, which went to Cabinet this week to support children's services and for temporary housing under our commitments to a safe and fair place to live. As good role models for the climate and nature practices, we have indeed let free county farms recently. Those are to two new tenants, 2 of which were new farmers, and they include more sustainable farming practices which are being utilised on our land. We've already discussed the Maker and Undy Hub development, which is an excellent community hub and has BREEAM accreditation. I was incredibly proud to be able to deliver that as the Cabinet member. Under our maximised and commercial asset base, we have a well-occupied and performing commercial portfolio. For example, we have MonSpace, the co-working flexible office initiative that's been launched at the Castlegate Business Park. Under our objective to strengthen and enable the role of landlord services, we have achieved planning consent this month for the development of 100% affordable housing at the land adjacent to Caldercut Comprehensive School, and we're supporting development of new education facility for the pupil referral service at Mountain House School, which has been a long-term vacant property. Under our utilised community assets to optimise social value objective, we have delivered partnership work with various town and community councils, including the reopening of Monmouth Cemetery, which I was very glad to bring out under my portfolio. We've also got the distribution of allotment support grants to increase the availability of growing plots throughout the county. So you can see there is activity under this strategy, and you will, Council, receive the asset management plan in due time. But thank you very much for your time here, and please do support the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Garrick. Bring the facility up. Thank you. That's been clearly carried. We'll take a short break. If I can ask everyone to be back here by 10 past 4. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. If you can make your way to your seats. Oh.
Chewing Alison balls.
Yeah, I put mine in the t-shirt. That's good. I won't be able to speak. Right, welcome back, everyone. So moving along the agenda, we're on to item 9, Investment Committee Review. And again, that's being presented by Councillor Garrick.
No, Councillor Brocklesby.
Oh, sorry, there's a minute. Yeah, sorry. Sorry.
That's all right. It's a less glamorous one. Colleagues, the report I'm bringing before you today introduces the need to propose to Council revised governance arrangements around our commercial investment portfolio, both in terms of existing portfolio and how we look to consider any future investment propositions. This report has been to the Investment Committee and also through scrutiny. And I would like to thank the officers, the members of scrutiny and the members of the investment review for the comments received, and to state right at the start that we have all been unanimously in support of what I'm laying before you now. Council should be reminded that the Investment Committee was established in 2018 when the last asset management strategy was approved, with £50 million of borrowing delegated to it and with an asset investment policy outlining the governance arrangements at that time. Since inception, the Investment Committee has overseen 3 investments, one of which relates to a commercial loan, and that is now fully repaid. The other 2 investments will be known to Council and are Castlegate Business Park and Newport Leisure Park. The proposed changes have been brought about by changing circumstances and markedly different environment that the Council is now operating in, and I don't have to rehearse with you what that environment now that we are operating in. But if we think through the 3-year period over which Investment Committee was delegated, borrowing is now lapsed because of a small number of councils across the UK embarking on somewhat reckless investment activity. The UK Treasury and Debt Management Office has tightened local authorities' ability to borrow from the PWLB, and that resulting in a further tightening of the Prudential Code and local authorities being able to enter into commercial investments primarily to generate a return. Since the pandemic in March 2020, the Council Investment Committee have put a hard pause on any further commercial investments being entertained due to the volatility in investment and property markets and the associated risks involved. This is not abated and remains with us now. Any future investments that the Council now looks to consider are going to be aligned to the Council delivering against its core policy objectives or in responding to market failure, and when the local authority is best placed to effect necessary change. For example, housing or regeneration schemes. The proposed government's arrangements look to do this and in allowing decisions to be made through the Council's existing scrutiny and decision-making processes. But, and this is important, Council, we are not looking to remove the Investment Committee, but rather to put it into abeyance and in the event that Council might need to consider its use again in future. These proposed changes have been scrutinised by the Investment Committee themselves, and the subcommittees. The proposed changes look to shift responsibility for maintaining oversight of the performance of the Council's commercial investment portfolio to the Performance and Overview Scrutiny Committee. It also proposes that Governance and Audit Committee assures itself that governance arrangements moving forward are suitably robust and operating effectively. I would ask you to approve this report and this change. Thank you, councillors.
Thank you, Councillor Brocklesby. Councillor Neil.
Thank you, Chair. I support the approach being taken overall, but would suggest that we as a council support the report on condition that we use this period of in abeyance, as the leaders just described it, to review the governance and the accountability of the decision-making for investments. We're all very well aware, I'm sure, of a number of councils who have effectively gone bust due to managing investments badly. I'm absolutely sure that none of those councils intended to make critical mistakes that have undermined and put at risk all critical services for residents. But their governance and accountability models must have let them down badly. The decision-making here in Monmouthshire County Council lies with some members of the Cabinet, the leader, and the opposition leaders, who, with full respect to each and all of them, may have no or little understanding or knowledge of the asset investment sector, a highly specialised area even in the financial markets. And of course, neither do members of Performance and Overview Scrutiny Committee have any prerequisite or any necessary experience in these matters. So the decision-making around this relies absolutely and depends upon the advice from the frontline advisors, which are effectively our finance team. I pointed out at the Performance and Overview Scrutiny on Monday that we, in my view, are very fortunate to have an excellent and very experienced finance team. But I would pose the question whether great expertise and knowledge of local government finance, and I do recognise we have also got excellent knowledge of the external market, but how much overall direct practical experience have we got in this extremely complex and indeed unique external environment of asset investments, or indeed of disinvestment? A great deal rests on their shoulders. And so we also see from time to time that external advice is commissioned in the form of external consultants who would no doubt be experts in their field. But if things go wrong, and let's of course hope that that would not be the case, but if they did, we can be sure of one thing, that this latter group of external advisors would point out that they have no accountability for decision making and we're only occasional advisors. Let's bear in mind too that disinvestment or partial disinvestment and joint ventures may be just as important options for the council, and that the right time for this may be right now or at any point whilst the committee is in abeyance. So I support the recommendations, but I do so on condition that we use this time to review our governance and accountability model to make sure it is as robust as it needs to be in this very complex environment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Neil. Councillor Howarth.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Leader, for bringing the report to us today. It's so important. As a member who sat on the investment committee with other leaders and chief execs and heads of finance, it was a very important session that we used to have about reference to investments that we were making, and there were very large investments as well, and very risky investments. It has turned out for whatever reason. Going back to Councillor Neil's point there, sometimes things are riskier later than what they are to start with. But there you go, we are where we are. I'd just like to ask a couple of questions, really. You're talking about bringing this back to councillors, a committee every 12 months. Would it be prudent to say that actually it would be quarterly to actually have that discussion, reference to where we are with these, an agendaed item perhaps? If there's nothing to report, at least it's an agendaed item. And secondly, everyone I've sat on investment committee meeting, it's always been behind closed doors, i.e. it's personal information, it's company information, it's details and secure information, reference to leases, all these things, and they are important as well, and it is pink paper stuff, and I've got to say we have operated within them confines as well. So when we talk about bringing it back to councillors in a function of a committee meeting, that will have to be, every meeting will be a closed meeting, agenda closed meeting. Now, I mean, just these little finer details, I just like to have some comments on because it is important. Because if you have opened it up to a wider remit of members, then you've got the issues I've just spoke about, and then you have to go into committee, etc., etc. I just like some finer detail, and I do believe perhaps this is the direction that I believe is more transparent than what it was before, for whatever reasons. And I will agree with the document, but I just like a couple of comments what we're going to do with them two issues which I've just mentioned. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Howarth. I see there's nobody else wishing to speak, so Councillor Brockley, would you like to sum up?
Councillor Neil, can you see me? Okay. Councillor Neil, you make some... Right. If I could work out the technology. Councillor Neil, you make some very valid points about the need to have clear scrutiny, to be robust, but also take review of how of the audit and governance. And I think I can reassure you that we would take the period of abeyance to look at and further review these structures and systems. It is important, and as you quite rightly point out, we cannot predict in a time of uncertainty when we might invest or might need to invest or might want to reconsider what our investments are. However, for this time being, I think the proposal that has been put in place is a robust one and does support greater transparency. To Simon's point, I think you may have, because of reports have been brought together, Councillor Howarth, you may have confused the time coming back to scrutiny with the asset management, which is every 12 months. This would come back to scrutiny every 6 months. I'm finished, I think.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Brocklesby. We'll take a vote on the recommendations of the review. Amy? That's been clearly carried. Thank you. We now move on to the motions. Item 10, and one motion submitted by Councillor John. Councillor John, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. At the May meeting, for anyone who can't remember the May meeting, it was the one where the administration cemented an agreement with an independent and a Green Party councillor to join with you in a formal coalition to provide steady, stable control of the County Council. At that meeting, the leader promised that proposals brought forward by the administration this year would make a positive difference to the lives of our residents. Well, I'm afraid this can't be wholly said of this document, the Council's Local Transport Plan. It's a document that the Cabinet member has said the Council did not need to bring forward, but chose to, with the aim of influencing the regional transport plan. So the Cabinet decided to spend a cost of £73,344 to produce this document at a time when we're repeatedly being told how tight finances are. The list of organisations who fed into this document is regrettably slim and restricted to favoured partners like the Future Generations Commissioner, but had no proper community or business engagement. Cabinet members go on about inclusivity and co-production, but clearly this is only when it suits them. There was no consultation with county councillors, town and community councils. What about community bus user groups? What about business groups and chambers of trade? They weren't consulted at all, even though the document contains wacky ideas like a parking levy for private businesses, thought to be around about £500 per employee, which would have a massive impact on town centre businesses. But there was no information for them about this prior to the publication of the plan. Throughout COVID, we worked really hard, really closely with chambers of trade, building up a really good working relationship. But it's appalling that they're not being consulted, they're routinely not being consulted about council policies. They weren't consulted prior to the scrapping of the free Christmas parking and bus travel scheme. So I say to the administration, please start working with our chambers of trade. They're extremely knowledgeable about what our town centres need and what steps should be taken to bring shoppers into our towns. The public consultation was run over Christmas, a notoriously busy time for retailers, so they've effectively been excluded from the public consultation as well. Now, moving on to the content of the plan, and actually there are a number of aspects that we agree and support. On active travel, I don't have time to reference all the schemes that the Council is continuing to pursue, many of which have been inherited from the previous administration, but we support making Monmouthshire a safer place to walk and cycle. But we repeat that the administration needs to put pressure on Welsh Government to end the bias in its funding towards urban areas, which inevitably favours the cities and valleys communities. We need to make it safer to travel from one community in Monmouthshire to another. We can't simply focus funding on travelling from the suburbs to a town centre. They are both important. Now, on rail, I very much welcome plans to improve access, and I pay tribute to my colleague, Councillor Powell, who's been fighting for many years for improved access to Abergavenny Station. But we need to see improvements elsewhere as well, including in Chepstow. We welcome progress on the South Wales Metro, but regret that Monmouthshire often feels like an afterthought, and we all need to continue to put pressure on to ensure that benefits for our residents are realised. We support any efforts to lower fares to make public transport a more attractive option. We're also very keen to engage in the public debate about reopening decommissioned lines, and we're pleased to see this mentioned in the report, but I don't think we've made enough of it. On buses, we await the outcome of retendering for local services to ensure the ambitions for bus travel contained in the plan are actually delivered. So we're hopeful that there will be no reductions in service, and we'll continue to press for a more joined-up system and support the points raised in the document about integrated ticketing. While there are areas we support, there are some areas that we feel are a bit too vague and woolly. For example, there's been cross-party support for many years for Mager and Undie Walkway Station, but the language in the commitment is too vague, simply saying explore pathways to deliver Mager and Undie Walkway Station is too woolly. Residents expect their county council to champion this project and intensively lobby for full implementation. Commitments on the Highbreach roundabout and the Chepstow Relief Road are equally vague and need to be strengthened. There are some aspects that are well-meaning but fail to recognise the realities of living in a large rural area and suggest a lack of experience of rural areas on behalf of some members. The report talks about putting maps together so someone could get the bus into town and then walk home. Well, I think if you're travelling to Monmouth from Devorden to go shopping, I think it's quite unlikely that you're then going to walk 4 hours home, but it's a nice thought. I note the Council's support for World No Car Day, which takes place on the 22nd of September. Coincidentally, the first day of the Labour Party conference in Liverpool, so I hope you'll all be adhering to that. We were one of the first councils in the UK to declare a climate emergency, so we entirely understand that we do need to do more to become less reliant on our cars, and we need to be rapidly expanding opportunities to travel by public transport or walking and cycling, which of course has the added benefits of combating obesity, while I think public transport, particularly in rural areas, can play an often understated role in tackling loneliness. Some of my residents in the Wye Valley travel regularly on the number 65 bus, and some of those conversations that passengers have on that bus might be the only conversation they have that day. So it's not just about the journey, it's about the community experience as well. But we understand that we need to invest in the public transport network to create more opportunities for alternatives to the car, not a nanny state approach of beating motorists with a stick and trying to tax them out of their cars. When this report came to committee, you could see the excitement in the face of Councillor Rook when the parking levy was raised. I think it's outrageous that you're proposing to tax employees £500, that was the figure that was mentioned, to park in private car parks. Many of these workers will be amongst the lowest paid in the county. So how can you go on about the cost of living and propose new taxes like this? It's hypocrisy. Tax and spend, on top of a 7.5% council tax rise, the highest since the last time the Labour Party ran this council 20 years ago, you're proposing more taxes. So I hope that you will confirm today that you will not be proceeding with the parking levy for private businesses. Now, to be fair, it only took you a few hours to say that you didn't support reinstating the tolls on the 7 bridges once you actually discovered it was in the document. But if you don't support it, how did the proposal get there in the first place? Now, first of all, a number of Labour councillors rushed to social media to deny it was in the document in the first place, then hastily deleted their post. Then Councillor Bond said that there'd been a brainstorm. I don't know who attended this brainstorm. She said that you explored the idea and then immediately dismissed it, and then presumably still went out to public consultation on it. So it's still not clear what your position on this is, so perhaps you can clarify that again today. Did the Cabinet member support reinstating the tolls, but was then overruled by Cabinet colleagues when it went public? Or maybe it's the truth that you supported the reintroduction of the tolls right up until the point when there was negative publicity that you don't really want in the run-up to a general election. The report also refers to congestion zones. Again, you denied that congestion zones mean residents paying to travel into Monmouth, Chepstow, as they would in central London or Bristol. So perhaps you can explain what you mean by congestion zones, because you seem to have a different definition to the rest of the world. The report clearly lists these items as interventions that you support, introduced by the Cabinet member as achievable proposals and part of a vision that you're working towards.
Councillor John, you've got 1 minute.
So in conclusion, there are many aspects of this report that we support, but we regret the lack of proper engagement, the failure to work with elected members and business groups. Unfortunately, it's the lazy attitude that we've come to expect from a bungling administration publishing strategic documents that you haven't read, the same administration that originally gave us a 7-page corporate plan that was supposed to be for the 5-year lifetime of this council term. So you've published a document again that falls short of what residents need and expect. We all want a more joined-up transport network in Monmouthshire, but we need an administration that will be more ambitious for our county. We don't want to be on the sidelines of a regional plan. We want to help shape it, but this document needs some major revisions before you give colleagues in the rest of South Wales ideas about new ways to punish motorists before alternatives to the car are put in place. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor John. Councillor Maybe.
Thank you.
Sorry, Chair.
Oh, sorry.
So before you continue, I'm happy to second the motion. Thank you.
Councillor Maybe, sorry.
Thank you. My initial reaction to this motion is to find it rather sad and really quite a poor reflection on the quality of political discourse. I'm not going to use the word lies because I do my best to avoid insulting people publicly. I prefer to treat people with respect and seek the common ground. However, I have to say that this motion is full of inaccuracies, which have apparently been deliberately built up into scare stories. It's particularly disappointing that our MP and Secretary of State for Wales has chosen to use his public profile to promote these scare stories, and even more disappointing that Councillor John has jumped on that bandwagon, as it distracts from the really important subject and positive future vision in our draft local transport plan. So let's get these scare stories out of the way first so we can move on to the serious debate. Firstly, no, we are not proposing to reinstate 7 bridge tolls and do not have the powers to do so. Councillor John has lifted this from a long list of options under the heading Schemes Subject to Review and Further Consideration and rebranded them as Monmouthshire County Council proposals. This long list emerged from plan development discussions. We actually have these debates, you see, with local stakeholders and transport industry professionals, including such sinister organisations as the Bus Operators Organisation, Transport for Wales, Sustrans, local groups including the Friend to the 65, Magor Station Group, Severn Tunnel Junction Group, Transition Chepstow, who've developed their own transport plans, and Welsh Government, quite a range of organisations. But it was clearly stated in our draft plan which of these initial ideas that were discussed did not meet our core criteria for delivery. Interestingly, that particular proposal did come from an external stakeholder and not from officers or from councillors. Unlike the opposition, however, we welcome ideas and debate, however unpalatable. Secondly, we are not planning to impose restricted congestion or emission zones. We do need a strategy to deal with congestion hotspots to address air quality. There's nothing very sinister about that idea either. Of course, Hardwick Hill and Chepstow is just such a hotspot. There are already designated air quality management areas in Chepstow and Usk. Again, it appears that the opposition, desperate to find something to create a scare story about, have deliberately hyped it up into a suggestion that people will be charged for entering different areas. Quite a fabrication there. I don't know where the £500 figure came from either. This is all invention. As for the third scare story, a reference is made in the plan to the potential for a workplace parking levy. This is a concept that has enabled the development of public transport and active travel in Nottingham as being considered in Bristol, but it would need a careful review of potential impact. And again, it's not something that we could do in isolation. It would require legislation by Welsh Government. It doesn't yet exist in Wales, but it does in England, that legislation. Again, this was suggested by external experts in the workshop, and we put it out there for discussion and are interested to see the consultation responses. Given initial feedback and the way it's been hyped up into another big fear, it will not be finding its way into the final version of the plan. It might be an approach we'll see used more widely in the future, however, more probably in cities and only in tandem with clear public transport options. So that's the scare stories out of the way. Let's now deal with the next complaint about how the plan has been developed. I'd like to remind you all that this plan has been developed to inform and influence the forthcoming regional one to make sure that Monmouthshire's needs are fully understood and recognised. There isn't a requirement for a local one, but we were concerned if we didn't do this, there's a risk that Monmouthshire's needs will be marginalised, sitting as we do on the edge of the region with quite a different geography from the other 9 local authority areas. We've been time limited, as the announcement of guidance and approach for the regional plan was only made relatively recently, and deadlines are tight. The first draft is to be delivered to Welsh Government by the end of May. We've also been working to tie in with the local development plan, because transport is, of course, a key issue for residents in considering the potential impact of preferred sites in their towns. As this county council doesn't hold all of the levers in developing transport policies and intervention, we developed our local plan with key stakeholders to ensure that what we're proposing is deliverable and realistic for inclusion in the regional plan. We engaged with local transport groups and councillors who are members of the Transport Forum, and the plan was discussed at scrutiny in early December. It was out for public consultation for 6 weeks. We're now reviewing the results and will then amend the plan accordingly. That is what consultation's for, I think. I did, of course, look at the previous local transport plan produced by the Conservative administration in 2015. There was no public consultation. There were no development sessions with external groups or businesses. The plan was developed internally by officers. So there we are. That's addressing all the negative points from the core of this awful motion. Now let's talk about the positives of the plan. What we've done is to set out a vision for a future sustainable transport network. We know very well that it isn't going to be easy to find the finance to achieve it in the current economic climate. You may well wish to criticise this, but having a vision to work towards gives us a basis for striving for funds, and without it, we would be floundering. This is a far more positive and future-facing approach than the one we inherited from the previous administration, which was, in all honesty, a rather sad list of projects, most of which didn't get delivered, which is why some of them have been carried forward into our plan, because we're not actually looking to just throw away every good idea, and there is some continuity and some common ground. Our vision is for a county where the main towns are safe and pleasant to walk and cycle and wheel, and served by a reliable and accessible public transport system and a good quality and safe road network. It's very sad that Councillor John sees this as impractical and contrary to the needs of Monmouthshire's residents. I believe it's a vision worth working for. I also believe that as a councillor, I should always work for what is right and needed, not just what is easy. Some people have tried to stoke division with talk of a war on the motorist. I've reflected on this. I think, in fact, the real tension is between those that live in streets and villages and those that travel through them to get somewhere else, and that this is what we need to address and work carefully with, perhaps with the right mix of speed limits, road safety measures, parking and active travel provision, as well as public transport. The war on the motorist is, of course, a convenient emotive campaign concept for those who are happy to campaign negatively. One thing that has struck me in reviewing early feedback is that some residents think that active travel is only about cycling and that it isn't relevant for the elderly or less mobile. It is, in fact, a more inclusive concept than that. It includes walking, and not just bicycles, but also tricycles, scooters, mobility scooters, parents with prams, and so on. We do need to take care to communicate this more clearly. On buses, these feature very heavily in our plan and have been the focus of several meetings with the Minister and Transport for Wales, as well as the Regional Transport Group. We've made our commitment very, very clear, possibly to the point of being a pain in the neck, in our persistence in emphasising how important buses are to our county. We are in a tricky transitional phase with buses, anticipating a bill coming to the Senedd this summer, and we're just completing the full retendering of our network for the coming year. Our work to integrate school transport with public buses has shown results already in reducing cost and improving viability of services. We're committed to getting on with this difficult stage to get through it with our services both intact and improving. On Chepstow, congestion and High Beach, we've continued to lobby Welsh Government to help us to solve this problem. In the current climate, simply restating demands for a multi-million pound relief road really isn't enough. So we're working with Welsh Government on the other measures too. This is the no regrets and responsible approach, which will deliver positive results whether or not a new road is built, for more rail, more buses, more active travel, and investment in High Beach roundabout, indeed, to assist active travel, flow of buses, and a more even flow of road traffic. On the mega walkway station, it's great that the different political groups are so keen to compete to show how committed they are to supporting it. We all voted for a motion back in July, led by Francis Taylor, that fully confirmed our commitment commitment as a council to this station. This was unanimous from what I remember, and there's really no good reason to try and invent some kind of division on it. It certainly won't help the cause of the station. I confirm yet again our commitment to seeing the station built as soon as possible and remind you we're actually acting on this commitment, promoting the unique value of the station with all the relevant responsible authorities, and also preparing the supporting parking restrictions for Magor Town. We've also just submitted a response to the consultation on the 5 stations, having discussed the plans in detail with the local groups.
1 minute, Councillor Mabey.
Thank you. On active travel funding, there's no specific bias on funding active travel outside of urban areas, but funding is prioritised according to maximising the impact on modal shift. That's why the focus of funds has been on active travel within towns, where the impact is naturally higher in terms of the number of people who can walk or cycle the relevant distances. This is the inclusive active travel already mentioned, not only long-distance cyclists, but the very young and old and less mobile as well. Our strategic focus is on routes of up to 3 miles, with a focus on key destinations, including education, town centres, employment and travel hubs. While the opposition are busy looking for something negative to say, we should in fact be celebrating the fact that Monmouthshire County Council has been awarded the highest level of active travel funding for 23 to 24, despite being a rural county. I'll just conclude by saying, I think I've covered everything in the motion. I will not be voting for it as it's so very negative and full of inaccuracies. Instead, I ask you to support our vision for a sustainable, accessible transport system for all in our county and to work with us to achieve it. Remember that if you don't even have a dream, there's really no chance at all that your dream can come true.
Thank you, Councillor Mabey. Councillor Pavia.
Yes, thank you, Chair. This is, of course, an important strategic plan in its own right that the administration needs to perfect and secure public and business buy-in in relation to the strategic direction and proposals contained within. So it is disappointing to hear that there have been challenges in relation to the external engagement and consultation processes. I appreciate that what the Cabinet member said in response to a question at our last meeting regarding the need for an extension, and I think that was helpful. The extension was until the 5th of January. However, the survey form was difficult to use in my view, so much so I gave up halfway through and just sent my response in an email to the consultants. Therefore, I am concerned about the potential level of disenfranchisement that has been taken place, particularly given the significant cost that this process has expended. And as Councillor John said, £73,500 is a significant sum of money to spend on developing a plan. So you want to ensure, in terms of return on investment indicators for that commission spend, you want to maximise all opportunities to engage and consult the widest amount of stakeholders across the county. I've received correspondence from the Chepstow Chamber of Commerce to say that they were not directly engaged about the plan, which also means a considerable amount, if not all of their membership, would have been left in the dark on this as well, which is a cause of concern. I know through my engagement with them that they have specific concerns around the parking levies, that they would like to have expressed those concerns. I've also been copied into an email thread from Abergavenny Chamber, also dissatisfied with the level of engagement on this issue. So I hope when the Cabinet member brings forward a report on the consultation feedback to this council, that the matrix of those that have engaged and responded is clear and transparent, so we can scrutinise the value for money that has been spent and ensure improvements to further consultation processes are made. As the Cabinet member said, this plan is also important because it's a key plank that will underpin the renewed or refreshed local development plan which is being developed. When we debated the administration's preferred approach to the LDP last October, the fundamental point that I made, which was very clear from over the 100 emails that I received from local residents on that issue, was that unless we get the current transport infrastructure challenges resolved, then the council should not be considering any more scale development for the town. This is a proposition I absolutely support. It's not a NIMBY approach. We all recognise that we need to develop more homes in the county, but residents want some assurances that these issues are going to be addressed, even if it's going to take some time to implement. That is why I do have some concerns around the number of elements in the plan that focus on Chepstow, because for me those assurances are just not there. whilst we absolutely want to see and encourage modal shift, I think the paper was clear that reality is due to the Monmouthshire's rurality, dispersed settlement pattern and car-dependent transport system, achieving that mode share target will be extremely challenging. We also need to recognise and be cognizant of, and I think the Cabinet member did touch on this in a contribution, that certain parts of the county, particularly the Chepstow area, is a thoroughfare for residents living in England who require access to key road networks such as the M4 and the M5. Communities in South Gloucestershire and the Forest of Dean who are equally as rurally and dispersed as Monmouthshire and are reliant on their car vehicles. The plan talks about improvements to our public and sustainable transport network that will be required, and there are a lot of, as the motion states, vague, I'll be kind and say hopeful statements about exploring proposals or continuing to campaign on proposals without setting out the level of certainty that is required to bring the majority of the public on board to enable change to happen. For Chepstow, the elephant in the room is the need for a relief road to build capacity in the system, which is just not there. Now, the council has backed the move to progress with the WellTag 3 process, but that decision has not been taken forward or is being ignored. In terms of those issues within the remit of Welsh Government, improvements to High Beach and taking forward recommendations to the Burns Route, which is the detrunking of the M48, all I can currently see is long grass. Nothing firm, nothing tangible that my residents want to see. In terms of the plans for roads, streets and parking, particularly development of congestion charge and clean emission zones, I think the Cabinet member has cleaned up that. They're not looking at a ULEZ style scheme, which would potentially compromise and marginalise certain socioeconomic sections of our society. You know, with the Chepstow Air Management Zone in my ward, I of course want to see improvements to air quality and be lobbying for progress for a number of years, but I did have concerns about such an approach, and I'm glad the Cabinet members ruled that out. There has been a considerable public discourse in the south of the county about suggestions the administration may look to lobby for the reinstalment of the 7 bridge tolls. There will be undoubtedly some sections of the public, particularly in the south of the county, that may well perceive that the proposal to restore the tolls should be explored. I appreciate it's not in the administration's gift, it's for national governments to discuss. Because they've experienced a detrimental impact on their lives due to toll abolition, whether that's through increased house prices or through increased travel flows. However, my personal view is that the abolition has created more opportunities and benefits, both economically and personally, than disbenefits, and I certainly would not advocate for their return. You know, I hear what the leader and the Cabinet member and other members of the administration have said over the last few weeks, that this is not a proposal that they were realistically willing to explore. So I wonder, as Councillor John said, why it was not specifically ruled out in the document, or why it was in the document at all. For example, the pedestrianisation of Chepstow High Street is addressed in the plan, and the administration, it says clearly, does not want to pursue this at this term, and there's a sentence that states that point. So why wasn't there the same line in relation to the tolls? That would have stopped the considerable media interest in this proposal and would have reassured the public that this wasn't an option that the administration wanted to explore. I think Chair, Councillor John has eloquently covered the other issues in the motion, so I won't repeat what he has said. But the proposals in the motion put forward are put forward in a helpful way to enhance the plan and to ensure that to ensure the administration gets majority public buy-in. And I hope the administration will give serious consideration to support it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Pavia. Councillor Buckler, please.
Thank you, Chair. The lack of consultation in the development of our local transport plan, 24 to 29, is a real concern. It begs the question why the short window of consultation was over the Christmas and New Year period. I cannot see how it can be construed that concerns about your proposed plans are scare stories. They are there in black and white. The staggering suggestion that you'd even consider putting tolls back on the lifeline bridges across the Severn into Monmouthshire in this report that has cost our taxpayers over £73,000 was described as laughable by Labour members, Why was it not ruled out of the report? I don't see anything laughable in that proposal, nor will residents. And as much as Labour members deny it, it is in your plan for everyone to read. The Welsh Government are refusing to comment or deny that there are plans to introduce the tolls. What are we to believe? I also doubt that our residents will see anything laughable in plans to introduce parking levies on businesses and employees who work in Monmouthshire and park in company and private car parks. Do you want to stifle prosperity in Monmouthshire? In an intensely rural county such as Monmouthshire, your proposal to introduce congestion and emission zones is certainly not laughable either. The cost of a new electric vehicle for many residents in Monmouthshire is beyond them. It is also not the Holy Grail. The intense rainfall we experience is ever increasing, and roads across the county are often flooded and running with deep water. I'd like to show you the visiting broken down electric cars that litter the road going through the Lantony Valley when that occurs. You're out of touch with your rural residents if you think this will encourage our village and town centres to thrive. We'd like to see positive initiatives rather than negative initiatives designed to diminish Monmouthshire. Commit to making sure that local bus routes are strengthened and are usable for everyone, and stop penalising the hard-pressed people of Monmouthshire. They deserve better.
Thank you, Councillor Buckler. Councillor Grocott.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor John, a good speech. And occasionally a slight reference to the motion included in it. In my years as a member of this council, I've never seen a motion quite like this. At first I thought the Leader of the Opposition had lost his marbles. Then I realised that he shares many of the ideas reflected in this motion with the current MP for Monmouth, and I realise that unlikely bedfellows have perhaps been having strange nocturnal discussions. We are being asked to debate a piece of pure fiction. And to be honest, the motion has left me flabbergasted. How do you best respond to ideas so wacky that even Monty Python would have considered them beyond the pale? My first thought of how to respond was to move an amendment and add one or two suggestions of my own to the list included in the motion. I've got a couple of ideas I would share with you, members. Enhance rural accessibility through the resurfacing of fairy rings. Or how about promote the county's rural economy through the installation of reindeer replenishment stations to enhance Christmas Eve delivery schedules? Or how about remove the necessity for former MPs to renew their HGV licences before returning to lorry firms when they've lost their seats in Parliament? These ideas are no more fanciful than the half-baked list of points specified in this crazy motion. Let's take a glance at what the motion is peddling in an attempt to scare people. How many of us remember the old spiritual song, "It takes a worried man to sing a worried song"? The title is just perfect for our soon-to-be ex-MP and his sidekicks on the other side of this chamber. But it lacks any grasp on reality. Let's have a look at the points in this crazy motion. And I emphasise, we have no intention to lobby anybody about tolls on the bridges. We are not planning to impose a parking levy on Monmouthshire businesses. We will not be introducing congestion and emission zones. We have shown a clear commitment and undertaken positive talks with a range of relevant bodies and organisations around Mega Walkway Station and Chepstow traffic relief. We are completing a full retendering process for our bus services. We've been awarded the highest level of active travel funding for 2023-24, despite our rural nature. And this covers a large majority of our population. Chair, this motion is so fanciful that a more effective way of dealing with it than pandering to some of the crazy notions enshrined in it would simply be to throw it out. And that's what I urge members of this council to do. We can see it for what it is, a desperate attempt by a worried man and his sidekicks singing a worried song. Chair, trying to scare the people of Monmouthshire is the politics of desperation. Roll on the general election. It actually demeans this chamber to have to debate motions like this. I call on everyone who believes that politics should be based on a discussion of meeting the needs of our people to give this motion the reaction it deserves. We've carried out a detailed consultation in order to develop the best possible transport plan. We've listed everything that has come out of responses from a range of consultees, and we will now go on to refine them into an effective plan. This motion is unworthy of this chamber. We have to reject it for what it is and move back to proper, grown-up politics, not these stupid antics. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Grocott. Councillor Taylor. Councillor Brown.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I was a bit surprised by what's just been said. Perhaps the member concerned hasn't read the actual local transport plan, and he'll find that there are references to these proposals within the plan, so I'm not quite sure how it's crazy. And basically, listening to the needs of our residents, I certainly do listen to the needs of my local residents, and my concern is that the plan, although it mentions things like improvements to the High Beach roundabout, it doesn't emphasise the absolute need for improvements in road infrastructure. And the fact, the queues that we are, coming to this meeting today, 12:30, I was stuck in a queue halfway from Paul Merrick to the High Beach roundabout, and it took me 20 minutes. Those at the bottom of the hill, it could have taken half an hour or more. It normally takes half an hour to get to Usk. So if you're saying to me, so what do my residents think? They think that we urgently need to have these road infrastructure improvements. Now, I appreciate that the funding is not in the gift of this council, but it should still be emphasised within the local transport plan. And I think that's the difference that we're arguing about here, is you haven't emphasised what is needed. And when we're going to have additional housing being proposed in the LDP in the area, and quite a considerable amount of housing in the Caldicot East area, which is effectively Portskewett, then there's going to be a lot more traffic coming along the A48 to High Beach roundabout, and it needs to be urgently dealt with. And also, there are no active travel measures from the villages outside Chepstow towards Chepstow itself. So, you know, the really way that people have to travel is normally by car. I agree with the provisions with regard to electric vehicles, but also added to this list of concerns is the idea within this local transport plan of the idea of charging according to the emissions, parking charges according to the emissions of vehicles. Now, what this would practically mean is that those who are more affluent and can afford electric vehicles would presumably pay less to park in the county, and those struggling with the cost of living and perhaps not able to have the luxury of an electric car would pay less. Now, so we're asking the people who are poorer to actually pay more. Now, I'm not quite sure how that that helps with the cost of living. So a lot of these ideas haven't been thought about properly. And also with regard to the stakeholder engagement, you'll find at 2.5 of this report that there is a list of the stakeholders. Now that includes, for example, Transition Chepstow. Now Transition Chepstow do a lot of good work for the area, but they are a lobby group. It says Monmouthshire County Council is involved, but why haven't locally elected members in the Chepstow and surrounding areas been involved in these, or at least invited to these stakeholder groups? And the point that was being made about the businesses and the Chamber of Commerce is they are not on that list. So the ideas that were being developed in the formation of this local transport plan should have had more engagement. The consultation process itself, I'm afraid I originally tried to go through the consultation itself, and I ended up basically spending time doing it, and then I was told that it hadn't been submitted properly. I'm used to doing online consultations, and I had to do another Word questionnaire instead. And so I think a lot of people who wanted to get involved in the consultation may well have given up halfway through because of the fact that it wasn't user-friendly at all. There were no public engagement events on it, and it was done over the Christmas New Year period, and I struggled actually to get it done by the deadline because of that, because I had to do it twice. So I don't think this consultation was run very well, and I also think denying the fact that some of these items that are here you know, aren't in the policy, in the local transport plan itself. Quite frankly, I would say to you, just go and read it, because you can actually point to the pages where those items are listed. So to say it's crazy and it's fantasy land, well, I think you ought to do a bit more bedtime reading if you think that. And the other thing is I would hope that the Cabinet member would also commit not to charging people according to the emissions of their vehicles. And even if we get more electric vehicles, people are still going to be stuck in that queue at High Beach Roundabout because of the fact that the road infrastructure is just not good enough. And we've had, what, I don't know, 7 or 8 million for active travel, which is a good thing. But, you know, we need 5 to 10 million to actually improve the High Beach Roundabout. So why aren't you strongly lobbying for that? And I know you'll say you've had discussions, but this local transport plan feeds into and aligns with the RLDP, and we need the proper road infrastructure. And actually, when the RLDP went to the scrutiny committee, everybody was saying we need better infrastructure before we have more housing. So I think that really it's a shame that you're not really listening to the views of local residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Chair. I have to say, I think there are so many moving parts to this particular motion that it's very difficult to support, because I can't agree with it wholeheartedly, because some of the measures in there are not ones that I personally support, and equally some of the other group members don't necessarily support them either. But so I won't be supporting this motion as is. However, there are some elements of in there that I can, certainly agree with. And I think just generally, I do think it's important. I make this point quite often, that when we run consultations, the Christmas holiday periods are not the best periods for engaging people. I personally have been involved in the public service select. I couldn't go to the strategic transport group, but there possibly wasn't an invitation to all members to attend, to comment particularly on the local transport plan, and that may be something that we can learn from and do once this comes, once the consultation responses are received. I think it's probably true to say that what Councillor Brown says around the infrastructure and the RLDP is really important. So it's really important to get this right, and I do know that there is, you know, to be fair, most of the measures that would be in this proposal and plan, not all, clearly, because there are some which are in Monmouthshire Council's gift, but many of them are in the gift of bodies outside of Monmouthshire Council. And so it does rely on the Council through its many different opportunities to lobby strongly for those that it supports. Very recently, as the Cabinet member mentioned, we met about Mago with Undie Walkway Station. It would be remiss of me not to take the opportunity to talk about it, and we agreed that we would consider any and all opportunities for this council, informally, formally, through officers, members, to lobby strongly for that. As Councillor Mabey says, it has cross-party support, cross-group support, and it is so important that we have these infrastructure improvements delivered before the rollout of the next, the replacement local development plan. Now, one of our key concerns is that it won't be delivered, and it could end up becoming Wales's H2S if we don't separate from the rest of the improvements along the main line. However, what I just wanted to say is that the tolls, I have to mention the tolls, because clearly the decision on the tolls was taken just prior to the 2017 general election. Surprise, surprise, that there is discussion about it before a further general election. But the point is, it was a knee-jerk reaction then. Whilst one can see that there are potential benefits, there are also some disbenefits. And perhaps all decisions could benefit from more thought about unintended consequences, and the opportunities that could have been taken at the time to create a much smaller toll and a public transport levy. However, that wasn't taken, and we don't have any tolls, and it is true to say that the level of traffic along the M4 has increased by over 21% since 2018, and that has consequences for everyone. Equally, we are all paying for the maintenance of the M4 bridge, not just those who are using it. So I think that my main point is that whilst I can't support the motion, I have empathy with some of the matters that Councillor John has brought forward, and I think it should be remembered that whilst, you know, in this chamber we can make comments about whether we feel a motion is appropriate or if a motion appears on the agenda, then it has passed the test. Effectively, it is topical, it is relevant, and it is in our gift to debate it and to make some pronouncement on it. So I think that, I always think it should be remembered that it, you know, part of being an elected member is we are able to put forward motions that we think, and that is a personal judgment, are relevant for this council to debate. And I think sometimes members say, oh, well, you know, I don't. Well, we all have that option to bring forward motions, and sometimes we might not think it's the right thing to do, or we might agree with it, but that is our democratic right, and that's the process we've signed up to. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Councillor Crook.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, may I say how disappointed I am in the opposition leader trying to score brownie points, certainly with hypothetical issues. But I'll leave it at that stage. But I want to talk about Mago Station, please. Obviously very passionate about Mago Station, and it's been going on for a long time now. The Cabinet member who is responsible for this particular project, plus the local councillors, have been fully committed to supporting and promoting this project over many years. This station is a unique proposition and is the only walkway station to be introduced throughout the UK. With that in mind, the local group have also been more than active in promoting this venture over many years. Having a specialist advisor who understands the network, discussing and having full-level talks with Network Rail and others to explain the need to get this station taken out of the mix with others which are also being considered along the main line from Chepstow to Cardiff. With this administration here at Monsey Sea supporting this venture and are lobbying wherever we can to proceed with this unique walkway station for the benefit of the residents in Magran and the area will continue to do so. But it is important that we carry on and get this station out of the mix because we are lacking on infrastructure on the whole build of the LDP in Magran and Dee. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Crook. Councillor Fuchs, please.
Thank you, Chair. Can everyone hear me as I'm standing up? Thank you. Thumbs up?
No, I can't.
Oh, okay, I'll bend down a bit. So first of all, I'd like to say I applaud the Cabinet members' quiet reflection and vision for our transport system in Monmouthshire. I think your response was excellent, Councillor Maybe. And I'd like to place on record that I don't agree with Councillor John's assertion that we're out of touch with our rural communities as a Labour council. I myself am a proud farmer's daughter. I have a small holding and I live just outside of Monmouth. I've got sheep and I know some of our other members sitting in this chamber are also living in rural areas. There's absolutely no way we're out of touch with our rural communities and what they want. But on to the motion. This, as many people have already said, is another time-wasting motion from the opposition. The Tories know full well Monmouthshire County Council won't be introducing tolls on the Severn Bridge. And they also know that we don't have the power to do it anyway, just as there are no plans to introduce congestion charges either. This is scaremongering, and it's just another tactic used by the Tories to try to deflect attention away from the rising inflation, rising cost of living, and rising mortgage costs for Monmouthshire's residents. On average, people are going to be paying £240 a month more per month on their mortgages, all thanks to the utter mismanagement of our economy by the Conservatives in Westminster. This motion smacks of desperation, last-ditch thinking, and scaremongering. It's sad to see an opposition that's lost its way so badly that they think it's a smart move to turn their backs on the real and pressing needs of our wonderful Monmouthshire residents. They should be doing something positive for our county, rather than wasting time with this latest doomed attempt to score political points.
Thank you, Councillor Fuchs. Councillor Brocklesby.
Thanks, Chair. Before I address myself to the motion, there is one thing that I would like to correct of a litany of inaccuracies that we've heard. We, the administration, are a coalition of Welsh Labour and Councillor Chandler, the Green councillor. We are not in coalition, and we have never been in coalition with an independent member. I love that you carry my picture around. It's so touching. Ambiguous words, but I'm telling you straight here. Well, just put it back in your wallet pocket, because, you know, looks good. I'd also like to take a moment to thank Councillor Maybe and the officers who have dedicated themselves over the last 18 months to look at the way transport is understood in Monmouthshire, to find a way to position ourselves, not just regionally, but nationally, so that we have voice and influence on the matters that were raised in this motion. And I am confident we have done far more because of the actions led by Councillor Maybe and Councillor Griffiths here to forward and progress movement on Mega Walkway in cross-party, in consultation. We have also been persistent and consistent on lobbying and advocating with partners and on our own on the very real issues in Chepstow. And this plan was a process. It was a process that brought in over time and then through the Transport Forum and through scrutiny. I am, as an aside, slightly concerned that members in this council chamber seem to undermine or even dismiss that scrutiny has already gone on this plan. And scrutiny did not come back with the understanding that's been brought before us by the Honourable Secretary of State for Wales, but also by some members here, because it is very clear in the plan, and I have read it, not just at bedtime. I like to read my plans during the day, so I've got them clear. I've read it quite clearly that through this process, involving a range of stakeholders, ideas emerged from different groups of people to be tested out against criteria and were found, the majority, such as Severn tolls, reintroducing the tolls on the Severn Bridge, that they did not meet our criteria and they would not be taken forward. And that is very clear in this plan. And that's how it was understood in scrutiny, because it was not brought up. I would also like to reassure Councillor Buckler, refer yourself to your colleagues in Senedd, who happily brought up this question yesterday, and it was clearly refuted by the Welsh Government through the Lee Waters, that the Welsh Government has no plans now and in the future to bring back tolls on the Severn Bridge. I've said it before in several places. We have no plans. We have no remit. There were no plans in the local transport plan. There are no plans for levying businesses. There are no plans for emissions. I'm not going to go through what we have there and what we did do within that plan, because I think Councillor Maybe lucidly and eloquently laid out what we wanted to do. So to say I'm disappointed in this motion is an understatement. It's no way to serve the people of Monmouthshire, who've made it very clear to us that they expect us to protect the environment for now and the future, and how we operate, how we work with our partners, how we think about local transport, how we lobby, how we advocate, how we work with our regional partners, with other local authorities to realise a vision which is much bigger than just a local authority, is why we brought this plan before council, why we went through this process. Because we know we must think to the future, but act now. And within this plan was very clear actions to take it forward. I refute the idea that it was vague. And I would ask council to step back a moment and think how we can work together in seriousness, in the intention of finding consensus rather than time wasting, as has been said. And I would applaud I would applaud Councillor Taylor for the remarks she said. There is a purpose for motions. There is a purpose for motions so that we can air debate on real subjects, on information that is clear, not on this distortion, these inaccuracies and at times fantasies. So I personally will not be voting for this motion, and I encourage nobody else to. Thank you, Council.
Thank you, Councillor Brocklesby. Councillor Wright, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm so short that I'm not far from the microphone, so I assume you can hear me. Right, Councillor John, this is not the first time I've suggested you're deliberately making mischief in this chamber. Don't you look shocked? And I don't think it's going to be the last, is it? So my colleague, Councillor Maybe, she's admirably generous of spirit, and she doesn't want to be overly negative in her use of language, but I think it's going to surprise nobody to hear that I don't match her high standards in that respect. So I'm going to be rather less kind, I'm afraid. You mentioned the general election, and I'm glad you brought that up, because as my colleague Councillor Fuchs says, this is desperate stuff. I'm going to go a bit further than that. I'm going to call it disingenuous, misleading nonsense designed to get voters to stick by Rishi Sunak's shambolic and failing government. It's a pretty sad indictment of your party in Westminster that instead of having a positive record to stand on, you are reduced to inventing scare stories about bridge tolls. It's embarrassingly transparent, it really is. On a more positive note, I am pleased to hear your support for so much of what the administration's already doing. So it's great to have cross-party support for all the progress that we're making, and I look forward to your continuing support and positive attitude when we've got a Labour MP for Monmouthshire.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Butler, please.
Thank you, Chair. Can I just suggest that Councillor Grocott has a really good look at page 42, and there are others in the chamber who probably haven't had a good look at it either. And remind you that it is in the public domain, so we're debating this really because our public, our residents, have spotted it, okay? If it was only pie in the sky thinking or brainstorming, as somebody else said, then why is the Severn Bridge toll, for example, included on that page? And if it's scaremongering, then who's doing the scaremongering? Because somebody in this administration cleared it to be in the public domain. I choose my words very carefully here, but I think it's actually inept that was done, and I think it's certainly really embarrassing to us in the council to be discussing this. But please, don't put it out there if you've no intention of doing anything with it. By all means, in private conversations, thrash these things out. We all do it. But it is scaremongering, and I don't think it is my party that's doing the scaremongering. And what it has done is it's actually detracted us from there, and there are other members in the room who've been very sensible in this, talking about the infrastructure improvements that we really need, raising the High Beach roundabout and the mega walking station. So why did you put it in there? And please, on Councillor Brockleby's comment, this is the final scrutiny. Yes, we've had 2 other steps of scrutiny, and this is the final scrutiny. So we are discussing it now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Butler. Councillor Watts, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I mean, those last comments are a little bit peculiar, and I really don't want to gang up on one of my committee members. I'm just interested that none of these points, these concerns, were taken that seriously or politicised, and I'm glad they weren't in my select committee. I suspect it's because no one thought there was any traction to it until David Davis woke up one day and thought, you know what, I'll phone the Daily Mail. They'll buy into it. They bought that story about renaming the Severn Bridge after Her Later Majesty, God bless her. But that story was an absolute fabrication as well. It was going nowhere, like this is. If we were going to, you would imagine then that the Minister for Transport, who happens to be also the MP for the Forest of Dean, would have been involved in the conversation, and you would also imagine English Highways would have been involved in the conversation. Or had something to say about it publicly, and they weren't, Chair. So, I think really the issue really about the Severn Bridge would be if the Tories really had their ear to the ground, what they would be concerned about is the increased closures of the Severn Bridge. My constituents are concerned about that. I'm sure Paul's are as well. Pretty much everybody along the A48 is concerned about it. Because it's been fairly restrictive, and particularly over Christmas Day, I think it was closed. Sorry, Chair, but it was closed 3 days. we mentioned earlier in conversation, I can't remember who it was, about the amount of Bristolians that have come over. And you know, I welcome that, to be honest with you, because what it's done is it's made us more inclusive and made us part of a reality which is the seven-side economy. So we have changed as a consequence of that. And I think really we have to look at those particular needs as well of those people that are commuting over as well. So sorry to go on about the Severn Bridge tolls, but my ward does enter onto the Severn Bridge. I'm part of Wales. It goes into England, and whether the English like it or not, it comes into Wales, and people do commute because house prices are cheaper. We have no intention of seeking any kind of change in legislation about putting up the bridge tolls, because we don't want to see the demise of an increase and a development of the seven-side economy. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Watts. Councillor Rook, I see that you've put in the chat that your question's already been asked. So unless you want to speak, then I'll move on to the next speaker. So, Councillor Griffiths.
Thanks very much, Chair. I'm never certain. The protocol in this place seems to be debated every meeting. Can people hear me, or do you want me to sit down and... You can hear me. Okay. The document that this motion relates to was a consultation document. It was not a statement of policy proposed by the Cabinet of this Council. It was a document designed to encourage the public to give views, to respond to a consultation. It represented in that document a number of ideas that had come from previous engagement with stakeholders. And I saw the drafting before it was published. Those outsiders, and the phrases are in the document, those outsiders had indicated that they wanted consideration given to such ideas as the 7 tolls, workplace parking, congestion charges. Now, I, as a cabinet member with specific responsibilities, absolutely oppose all those ideas. I think they are the wrong ideas. Don't shake your head, just listen for a moment. They are the wrong ideas. But what was I supposed to do as a responsible cabinet member? Was I to say that those ideas should be vetoed and not included in the document in some sort of Stalinist manner? Should I have said that because I disagree with them, no other view should be sought upon them? Of course I shouldn't. It is clear to anyone who reads them that these are not the proposals of the administration. They are ideas which have been gleaned for others, which have been put there for others to comment on. They will not be, and I want to put this as loudly as I can to anyone who is listening, they will not be included, because I've seen an insight into the responses, they will not be included in the policy proposal in the final document. Consultation is not easy. It is made more difficult when we seek to score party political points simply over the attempt to widen the consultation, and that's what's been happening here. Consultation is not easy. I became a councillor, we've had much reference to Chepstow, and I'm very pleased about that. The reason people move to Chepstow and the Wye Valley is not simply because houses are cheaper, it's because it's a wonderful place to live. Let's celebrate that. Referring to Chepstow, I became a councillor, elected a councillor a year or so ago, 18 months ago now, when the people of Chepstow were indignant that they had not been listened to. They felt that they'd had a council which was disengaged from them, which had imposed on them a total reshaping of the town by the abolition of traffic from their high street. They had expressed the view, 85% of them in a 2000 survey, that they did not want that restriction. It took a Labour administration to reverse that restriction, which the Conservative Party was still committed to imposing. That Conservative administration had it failed on its engagement with the people of Chepstow. I, at the moment, am busily responsible for trying to make the best of a levelling up bid designed by the previous administration for the transport arrangements in Chepstow, claiming that they had consulted, that they had the support of the people of Chepstow. I have a bid for a transport hub where there would be a bus train interchange without any public toilets at the interchange, without any disability access to the westbound platform of that station. This was the previous administration, which is now saying that it is the party which proposes equality and rights for the disabled. This was their plan for a transport hub in Chepstow, which no person in Chepstow has ever heard of. And yet now this administration has to make the best of that bid. Consultation is never easy. And I'm not claiming at all that we're getting it right at every step. But for the previous administration to claim that they were some sort of paragon of effective communication and engagement just does not bear any relationship to the experiences of people in this county. Yet again, quite rightly, the motion does refer to High Beach Roundabout. The Council has already declared that it wants engagement with Welsh Government. We have had 2 meetings with officers, 1 meeting with the Minister. Further meetings are taking place. We couldn't be working any harder. I hope effectively, I hope to find a resolution. And I agree, and I make this point to Welsh Government on a very regular basis, that our ambitions for the development of this area require that sort of infrastructure. We'll continue with that. But there's also reference to the Relief Road, the Chepstow bypass. Every Conservative town council candidate, every Conservative county council candidate in Chepstow promises to deliver a bypass for Chepstow. It's miraculous that they can make those promises, but they do. The truth is that such a relief road can only be delivered by a UK government. The cost is probably now well in excess of 300 million. The consultancy reports have indicated that 90% of that cost will fall on the UK government, not on Chepstow Town Council, not on the County Council, not on Welsh Government. So if anyone is going to deliver anything like that, it is the responsibility of the Secretary of State for Wales and his colleague, the Transport Minister in the UK government. So the motion is making party politics, is referring to issues which are there simply to score points. I urge this Council not to support the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Griffiths. Councillor Lucas.
Thank you, Chair. For me, some of the things that have been talked about now, it is a fact that Councillor Griffiths just said there that he's taken forward suggestions that were given to him from others, I assume stakeholders, when he was saying that, and that it's not his plan or anybody else's in the Cabinet. Well, that's great, but if that's the case, just a simple sentence saying it's come from those people would have been suffice. So I'm sorry, it's not just me saying this, but why does Councillor Garrett keep talking over people? Please don't.
Because Councillor Garrett constantly gets
Sorry, if you could just speak through the chair. Sorry, Councillor Garrett.
Okay, it puts me off my stride, which is clearly
So I can offer a point of personal clarification, Chair. It is probably because I am constantly talked over and constantly have noise whenever I speak in this chamber.
Point of order. I'm dyslexic, and one of my greatest problems is concentration for when someone speaks into me. So therefore, I find it then very hard to remain where I was in point of my brain and talking. So please be aware of that, Councillor Garrett. Okay, so...
Can I make another point of clarification, please?
Oh, please, come on.
Sorry, Councillor Garrett.
This isn't fair.
Councillor Lucas to carry on now, please.
Thank you. So, in reference to consultation, which is what you're just saying, Councillor Griffiths, which I totally understand, it is a problem. Transportation is a problem. We want active travel. We want all these things. It is a problem. It is not the first time. It's not the second. And it sure as heck is now going to be the third, for sure, if not the fourth. I have asked, and I would like it to be noted and actually actioned, please, that we actually have a facility at Monmouth County Council where I get told when my bins are being collected. I get told when the local planning application has gone in within a certain distance of my home. I can choose. Why can we not put out on that means for every consultation that we want our residents to take part in, information there, so they get sent it? You cannot possibly tell me that we do not have access to this information, to this data, and be protected data information and all those rules. We do for an awful lot of people of our county. Then let's, for goodness sake, do it, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lucas. I see nobody else has indicated they want to speak, so I'm going to pass it back to you. Councillor John Sower.
Thank you very much. And I'm going to leap around a little bit, Chair, because I want to respond to some of the points that have been made by various members. But I mean, first of all, the nerve of criticising our right as the opposition to bring forward a motion critiquing a council document and offering members the first time the full council has had to actually discuss this document, because we didn't have a members' seminar or a members' meeting where we were able to influence that. And as Councillor Taylor said, you know, this report encompasses a vast area of council activity, including areas that are not within the control of the council and areas where we will be lobbying for particular actions. I do think it's particularly galling when we had to put up with the ridiculous motion that Councillor Garrett put forward last year about something that was nothing to do with the council whatsoever. I listened carefully to Councillor Grocott, although I wish I hadn't. There was a lot of electioneering in his speech, and I'm sure Jeremy Corbyn, someone you don't talk about very much anymore, would be very proud of some of the proposals that were in your document.
Chair, this is desperate stuff
now. Of course, looking at the comments that Councillor Maybe made in her contribution, I absolutely agree. Air quality is a very real concern, and we support steps to take it. But the document doesn't talk simply about tackling emissions. It clearly states congestion zones. So if you're saying you rule out congestion zones, that's something I welcome. But why was it referred to in the document? Similarly, with a parking levy, very draconian, anti-business, and although I note it was popular with Labour members in the committee, I absolutely, the other point that I wanted to pick up on that Councillor Maybe made was about active travel. Entirely recognise it's not just cyclists, it's about walking, scooting, and particularly, you know, really important that older people have improved access. I do disagree with her on the point about active travel. I still think it's unfair and it's targeted towards more urban environments. But I must come back to this central point that you've spent a vast sum of money, £73,000, putting together this plan, but you haven't engaged with key groups, including the business community. So you haven't secured value for money. You've missed an opportunity putting this document together, and I'm afraid there are some ridiculous ideas that have been included that have distracted attention from the real debate about how to deliver a county that is safer for walking and cycling and has a better integrated public transport network. And it's a shame, and that's not on us for helping raise awareness of some of the contents of your plan. That's on you for putting forward such ridiculous plans and citing your support for them. This is a strategic council document, so you should have taken greater interest in its contents. This is yet another example of an administration that just isn't up to the job. You included some of these things in your plan, and now you're trying to claim that you never had any intention to do them in the first place, such as introducing a parking levy. You've said, Councillor Griffiths said that was never your plan and that was not supported by your members. But your members in committee were lapping it up. Councillor Bond said that it was a really good aspirational plan. Brilliant, really good, great intentions. Councillor Rook was delighted and thought he spoke about the parking levy and thought it was a brilliant idea. Councillor Mabey said very clearly it was our plan and that the proposals in there were achievable. So if we take you at your word and say you don't support these wacky ideas, why were they included in your plan? They've completely undermined this document. You should have taken more interest in it. And I bet some of your members still haven't read this document, even now. It just doesn't make sense. Why would you put together a document and deliberately include things that you actively disagree with? Why would a cabinet do that? You claim now that you're vehemently opposed to some of these things. I appreciate it was a long document, but most of you just couldn't be bothered to read it. You don't deserve to run a council, and it's a gross disservice to our residents that this document was put together in such a slapdash manner in terms of the political leadership that it had. So I think it's a shame because I spent 7-8 minutes of my speech talking about the areas where actually there is common ground. But these ridiculous things that you should have excluded earlier on have distracted attention from the real issues that should have been the focus of that consultation. So I think it's a shame, and I hope that the final version of this document will be much better. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor John. Amy, if you could put the facility up for the vote. That motion's defeated. So pass on to I don't know how everyone feels. Can we take a 5-minute comfort break? Yeah. Okay.
Chair, can I ask a question of you?
Sure.
Can I be excused? I've got my mum in hospital and I need to go there. Can I go?
Of course. Yeah.
Thank you.
address.
Okay, everyone, welcome back.
Gavel.
Yeah. So, on to agenda item 11, members' questions. The first question is from Councillor Dimmock to Councillor Paul Griffiths, Cabinet Member for Equalities and Engagement. Councillor Dimmock.
Thank you, Chair. I'm sure many of my colleagues in the chamber today have also received a lot of correspondence with regards to what happened at Lost Soul Sanctuary back in August 2023. Some very concerning emails coming through. So I was just wondering, can the Cabinet Member provide an update on the raid that took place at Lost Soul Sanctuary, organised by MCC Welfare Team, and resulted in 11 dogs being destroyed on site and 71 dogs being seized?
Thank you, Councillor Dimmock. Councillor Griffiths.
Thanks very much, Councillor Dimmock. Thanks for a question which is on an issue which has, as you say, led to wide concern within the county and indeed beyond the county. I want to share with Council as much information in response to your question as I can. However, Council will recognise that the ongoing criminal investigation puts limits on the information that I can share. Notwithstanding that, following a veterinary assessment of the dogs found at Lost Soul Sanctuary in August last year, the Council obtained an order from the Magistrates' Court under Section 20 of the Animal Welfare Act on 24th of October. This order allowed the Council to rehome the dogs that had been taken into the Council's possession. Since then, our animal welfare team has been working hard with rescue organisations to find safe and long-term homes for these dogs. The rescue organisations have undertaken behavioural assessments of the dogs, as well as detailed inspections of potential rehoming options. All this is to ensure that they are placed appropriately. The process has been slowed down by the recent ban on XL bully breeds. Nevertheless, of the 71 dogs seized, 40 have already been successfully rehomed, with inquiries still underway for the remaining 31. It is hoped that all remaining dogs will be rehomed in the coming weeks.
Thank you, Councillor Griffiths. Councillor Dimmock, do you have a supplementary?
Yes, thank you, Councillor Griffiths. I'm somewhat relieved to hear that the 71 dogs that were seized have not been destroyed, but can the Cabinet Member confirm if it is likely that the Council will be bringing prosecution through the courts?
Councillor Griffiths.
I'm unable to comment on the likelihood of a prosecution while the investigation is ongoing. I think members will understand that. There are criminal procedural rules, there are legal due processes, which are all designed to ensure that decisions are evidence-based and based on the findings of investigation. I can't, the Council would not want me or themselves to predetermine those procedures. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Griffiths. Item 11.2 is from Councillor John to Cabinet Member Councillor Callard. Councillor John.
Thank you, Chair. Would the Cabinet Member please make a statement on the administration's budget priorities for 24-25, please?
Thank you for the question, Councillor John. This administration has laid out its budget priorities initially during the budget strategy report presented to Cabinet on the 15th of November and again yesterday on page 3 of Appendix 1 of our draft revenue budget. And they are a financially responsible council, protecting the most vulnerable, reducing inequalities, protecting our environment, and planning for the future. Thank you.
Councillor John.
Thank you. Well, I was very disappointed by the publication of the budget. The biggest rise in council tax since Labour last ran the council over 20 years ago, salami slicing services, and there's been no effort to innovate or reform services to drive efficiencies. Surely it must have been apparent, even at an early stage, that this budget was woefully inadequate to meet the challenges we face as a council. Was it not also apparent to backbench members of the administration, who will surely have had private meetings with the Cabinet to be briefed on and help shape the budget? Considering what we were told earlier, can you tell me if the independent member for Llanbadach and Usk was involved or invited to any of the private meetings to help inform the budget?
Thank you for your question, Councillor John. On your specific point about, we're not being innovative, we're not driving efficiencies. Well, we are being innovative and we are driving efficiencies. But there does come a point after the last 13 years of funding that this council has received where we are being asked to do more with limited resources. And on the meetings that we've held with councillors, we held meetings with the various groups in this council before the budget was published in order to give them sight and have their feedback on the proposals. Thank you. My answer was there's been various meetings with the different groups in this council in order to give them foresight and receive feedback for the budget proposals.
Was the member invited to a private meeting with the rest of the administration? Is this the way this works?
I've answered the question, Councillor John.
Excuse me, Chair. I think when Councillor John was speaking then, we couldn't hear what he was saying online.
Councillor John, if you could use your mic, please.
Okay, it was a yes or no question as to whether the independent member was invited or attended private meetings with the rest of the administration about the budget to help shape the budget. Was it? I didn't hear a yes or a no.
Councillor John, that has been answered. Thank you. On to question 11.3, Councillor Bromfield to Councillor Callard.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, bear with me 1 minute. I'm so sorry, my little boy just walked through the door, so that was what all that noise was. What representations has the Cabinet member made to Welsh Government about the burden of business rates on Monmouthshire businesses?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Bromfield. We've made a number of representations to the Welsh Government about the reduction in business rate relief in Wales. Our response to the Welsh Government settlement in Appendix 3 of yesterday's Cabinet report of the draft budget proposals, we specifically reference our concern at the reduction in business rate relief. And being a border county, we highlighted our increased risk of businesses relocating over the border in England where the relief remains in place. Further to this, our leader represented us today at the Senedd Finance Committee of Welsh Government, where they were scrutinising the Welsh Government's draft budget proposals and highlighted this issue, and will do so again tomorrow at the WLGA Finance Committee involving Senedd members, which is chaired by our very own Peter Fox. Thank you.
Councillor Bromfield, do you have a supplementary question?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I thank the Cabinet member for your response. I am still concerned that the multiplier for calculating rates in hospitality is 6.3% higher in Wales than in England, and now Welsh Government is cutting rate relief to just 40%. from the 1st of April compared to 75% in England. This is going to be crippling for hospitality businesses and will force them to shut their doors. More pubs closed their doors in Wales in 2022 and the first 6 months of 2023 than any other part of the UK, and the Welsh Government is about to make the situation much worse. Will the administration agree to put pressure on Welsh Government to use the funding they've received from the UK Government to restore the 75% rate relief and prevent Monmouthshire businesses closing? Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Bromfield. We will, of course, continue to lobby for the business rate relief to be restored. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Bromfield. Councillor Callard. Councillor John to Councillor Grocott.
Thank you. What impact will the administration's budget proposals for 24-25 have on children and young people in Monmouthshire?
Thank you, Councillor John. I'm glad that you continue to share my concern for children and young people in Monmouthshire. As ever, the bringing together of a set of budget proposals is a difficult process where you have to seek to balance the needs of services and the corporate body as a whole. I believe that the proposals that were published last week and considered by Cabinet yesterday are more than fair and represent a balanced set of proposals in an incredibly challenging period. They include significant investments to enhance the provision for our pupils with additional learning needs. The investment of additional funds for children experiencing periods of disruption and challenge will provide respite for all our school settings. And the establishment of a specific budget for our children with the most complex needs recognises the shift in need in the period post-pandemic. We are also seeking to augment the support we are able to offer schools through enhancing the vulnerable learners lead to support our children who were looked after. Alongside these investments in our support infrastructure, we are also investing £200,000 in establishing our third secondary special resource base in the new 3 to 19 school in Abergavenny. I would also clarify for all members here this afternoon that the saving identified in ALN provision in the budget line is there because over recent years we have seen the number of pupils placed in out-of-county provision in both independent and other maintained schools reduce due to the enhancement of our own specialist resource basis, which has allowed pupils to remain close to their families and communities instead of being sent away. Despite this return, more pupils being educated within the county, this has still meant a rise in our education transport costs. We are recognising this in full and providing for these costs to transport vulnerable learners safely and appropriately. And these investments will have had a positive impact on our most vulnerable learners. If I could say a little about our mainstream schools. During the budget build, we have afforded the pay awards to schools for both teachers and non-teaching staff. However, sadly, in the very challenging discussions and negotiations, we have had to recognise that all parts of the authority have a part to play in setting a balanced budget. And so, with regret, we've asked schools to make a contribution of £835,000 towards that balanced budget. Notwithstanding this contribution, we have found the money to uplift the education budget by 2.5%, which is greater than the settlement received by the local authority. And I'm delighted that the individual school budget will be uplifted by more than £1.4 million at a time when there are a falling number of pupils in our schools in Monmouthshire. In the key areas of activity, we have invested in our children and young people.
Councillor John.
Thank you. Well, I don't share the Cabinet member's rosy assessment of the impact of the budget on children and young people, I'm afraid. It doesn't seem to me to be more than fair to double the cost of breakfast clubs. It's not more than fair to scrap whole class music lessons, nor is it more than fair to cut outdoor education. And about the individual school budget, £835,000 is a significant cut across our school system. And I would like to know how this figure was arrived at. Did the Cabinet member discuss this proposed cut with head teachers before announcing it and listen to their views on the council's budget? Did he assess the capacity of individual schools to see what level of cut was manageable? Or was the £835,000 figure arrived at another way?
Thank you, Councillor John. Let me start with that last point first. You will remember from your days, both in my job and also as a leader, that the position we're in at the moment is that we're going out to consultation. We are consulting far more widely and specifically than previous administrations, and we will be specifically discussing the education budget with head teachers and finance managers of our schools. We are not at this point saying that anything is finalised. We have put out, as is our responsibility, initial proposals that are now subject to discussion. And that is true, as you know, of the entire budget as it stands at the moment. The same applies, of course, to breakfast clubs and music lessons and outdoor education that you refer to. I would make one comment on breakfast clubs, and that is that breakfast is actually free. So for all our youngsters who would go potentially without a meal before they get to school, that is not a concern. I would also make the point that under our proposals, those children who would have qualified for free school meals will not be subject to a charge. So our most challenged families will not have to pay any increase. In fact, they will not have to pay anything. We have one private breakfast club attached to one of our schools. The fee there is £4, twice what we are proposing lifting our fee to. It comes, of course, at a time when parents have also, if they are part of the general picture, in the last year received considerable pay increase. Of course, it's that which is one of the things that has driven inflation in the last year. And I would not for one second decry people a pay increase. But at the same time, inflation does have an impact on our budgets, and you will be aware of that. And so it seems to me that whereas last year families were probably still living in times when they had received very little pay increase for several or many years, over the last 12 months, a good many people have received the pay awards to which they were entitled. And it seems reasonable that a little bit of that is invested in their children, in the play element of the breakfast clubs before the start of school. But if you just wanted your child to go along for breakfast at 8:20 in the morning, that would be absolutely free. When it comes to Gwent Music, you will be aware also that this authority is the last authority in the old Gwent that had maintained any support from its central budget to Gwent Music. I would say that I have fought even to retain the 9,000 for the hardship fund. But at least those children who want to learn to play an instrument and whose parents cannot afford to pay for a lesson will now still get that lesson free through that hardship fund. I will not say that that's a decision that I have taken lightly. And it is still, remember, subject to discussion. And if you or any colleagues on the other side of this chamber can come up with any alternative way in which the money found by that saving can be found, I would be more than happy to hear that. Similarly, in outdoor education, that should probably be better put to the Cabinet Member for Mon Life, but nonetheless, you will be aware again from your time in my role that we were the only one of the old Gwen counties that had maintained funding for the old outdoor education service. I remember our chief executive, when I was new to this council, telling us as the newbies how much money this council has lost over the period of this and previous Conservative administrations. It amounts to millions of pounds. That, sadly, is still going on. When the money given to the Welsh Government to distribute throughout Wales cannot, when that allocation has taken place, meet the rate of inflation at the moment. And so we are in a position where we have to make difficult decisions. I've said it before and I'll say it here again, that when it comes to learning to play the violin or going hiking on the hills, these are important things that contribute hugely to a young person's life. But equally, so does the nursery nurse who helps that child to learn to read and write and ultimately to get on in life. So we're in a position where we are facing some huge dilemmas in getting a budget together when the money that has been passed on to Wales to distribute to the schools and the other services in this country will not match the rate of inflation. And we cannot magic money in Wales. We rely for the moment on Westminster. And if Westminster do not give us the money, we have a statutory duty to create a legal budget, and we will not operate outside the law in this county.
Thank you, Councillor John. Thank you, Councillor Groker. That concludes our business. Oh, sorry, we've got item 12, which is the date of the next meeting, which is the 29th of February 2024. Just leaves me to thank officers and councillors for their time and wish you a safe journey home. Diolch yn fawr.
Thanks.